Spot 'em gang, we rollin' deep, digital streets, gifted subs, bits raining heavy like beasts. Got that Twitch game locked, homies reaching elite. Shout outs in the chat, yeah, the fan can't be beat. Spotters on Twitch, giving that boost. Raids in the night, juice up the views. Homies rise high, no excuse. Subs and bits, always bringing the rules. Hustle on stream, grind never stop. Chat blowing up, climbing to the top. Viewers all in, bout to make that bop. Spot 'em gang rise, Twitch like a shop. Got the follow trains, rolling non-stop. Spotters unite, cream of the crop. Streams blow up, never gon' flop. Dreams turn real, cause we never drop. Digital dollars, squirreled away. Spot 'em gang pride, making that hay. Twitch homie scream, we making our way. Success inevitable, game we gon' sway. Spotters on Twitch, giving that boost. Raids in the night, juice up the views. Homies rise high, no excuse. Subs and bits, always bringing the rules. Spotters in the chat, old caps, never slack. Big raids, big plays, homies got our back. Gifted subs reign, bits like a stream. Spot 'em gang rising, living that dream. Fortnite, Apex, hitting those headshots. Spotters pulling strings, yeah, we call the hot shots. Streamers blowing up, rocket to the moon. 100 viewers now, make the haters swoon. Spot 'em gang, never lose, always win. In the Twitch jungle, yeah, we going in. Gifted subs, bits, raids that don't end. Rise to the pinnacle, become the trend. Shout outs on blast, every single stream. Spot 'em gang hustling, following the dream. Viewers pour in, love from the chat. Climbing that ladder, ain't looking back. Merch drop, click, click, fans representing. Daily grind we on, no sign of relenting. Spotters by our side, loyalty a must. Twitch fame rising in, spot 'em we trust. Spot 'em gang, never lose, always win. In the Twitch jungle, yeah, we going in. Gifted subs, bits, raids that don't end. Rise to the pinnacle, become the trend. Yeah, 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 yeah. Spot 'em gang, never lose, always win. In the Twitch jungle, yeah, we going in. Gifted subs, bits, raids that don't end. Rise to the pinnacle, become the trend. Spot 'em gang, never lose, always win. In the Twitch jungle, yeah, we going in. Gifted subs, bits, raids that don't end. Rise to the pinnacle, become the trend. Yeah, 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 yeah. the kings, making Twitch our spot. Gifted subs, showered love, climbing high non-stop. Viewers popping, raids dropping, shoutouts spreading wide. Homies rise, spotters thrive, grinding side by side. We ain't playing, pushing numbers, taking over streams. Bits be flowing, channels glowing, living out our dreams. Streamers repping, no stepping on this gamer grind. Twitch and glory, telling stories, spot 'em gang, we shine. Subs gifted, no limit, making waves through the charts. We uplifting, no drifting, loyalty in our hearts. Hustling daily, never failing, gaming with the fam. Spotters moving, always proving we the top of the jam. Viewers peak, we never weak, every follow count. Platform wide, taking pride, numbers on the mount. Chastity blurbing, never curving, energy precise. Homies rise, no surprise, we built for this life. We ain't playing, pushing numbers, taking over streams. Bits be flowing, channels glowing, living out our dreams. Streamers repping, no stepping on this gamer grind. Twitch and glory, telling stories, spot 'em gang, we shine. Morning hustle, midnight muscle, grinding day and night. Spot 'em gang, leading clans, keeping victories tight. Raids be booming, fans consuming, always show us love. Spotters ruling, streaming, schooling, rise up, rise above.
Spotters in the booth, we the kings of the stream. Ain't nobody gon' stop this, living out the dream. Gifted subs, hit the chat, make it ring like the cream. Raise to the homies, we're the Twitch team supreme. Got the bits stacking high, flood the screen with the loot. Shoutouts on the spot, ain't no need for the mute. Viewers climbing up, flood the chat with the truth. Spot 'em gang in the cut, hit the target and shoot. We spot 'em, we got 'em, rise to the top. Homies linking up, ain't never gon' stop. Subs and bits, keep the channel popping hot. From the bottom, now we here on Twitch, we the spot. Right on the horizon, taking over the scene. Spotters in rotation, we the stream machine. Building up the hype, ain't no in between. Spot 'em gangs, the future, loyalty evergreen. Whole squad by the side, ride it out to the end. No faker in the ranks, every sub a real friend. Hustle day and night, every rule we bend. Spot 'em gang on Twitch, trends we always set, not sin. We spot 'em, we got 'em, rise to the top. Homies linking up, ain't never gon' stop. Subs and bits, keep the channel popping hot. From the bottom, now we here on Twitch, we the spot. Whole spot, we the spot. We the spot. Whole squad by the side, ride it out to the end. No faker in the ranks, every sub a real friend. Hustle day and night, every rule we bend. Spot 'em gang on Twitch, trends we always said, not sin. We spot 'em, we got 'em, rise to the top. Homies linking up, ain't never gon' stop. Subs and bits, keep the channel popping hot. From the bottom, now we here on Twitch, we the spot. 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 We the spot.
Yeah. Hey, hey. Spotters in the place, yo, we lace up the space. Gifted subs rain like cash, yo, we set the pace. Homies rise up, climb the Twitch mountain. Bit by bit, family stacking them thousands. Spotters on the grind, lifting your streams. We the kingpins of this digital dream. Raids and shouts, yo, we ride for the team. Helping homies hit that front page, supreme. Viewer counts up, look at the charts. Spot 'em gang love, we the Twitch Twitch all stars. Subs coming in waves, yeah, like a hurricane. Bid so high, make it rain, feel the hurricane. Spotters on the grind, lifting your streams. We the kingpins of this digital dream. Raids and shouts, yo, we ride for the team. Helping homies hit that front page, supreme. From the bottom, now they rise, no disguise. Spot 'em, gang eyes, seeing through lies. Viewers pack the room, yo, it's no surprise. Streams popping, making magic live televised. Shout outs loud, bringing that clout. Twitch fam strong, yo, we never doubt. Hustle night and day, ain't no time to pout. Spot 'em, gang loyalty, never without. Spot 'em, gang love, we the Twitch all stars. Subs coming in waves, yeah, like a hurricane. Bid so high, make it rain, feel the hurricane. Spotters on the grind, lifting your streams. We the kingpins of this digital dream. Raids and shouts, yo, we ride for the team. Helping homies hit that front page, supreme. Viewer counts up, look at the charts. Spot 'em, gang love, we the Twitch all stars. Subs coming in waves, yeah, like a hurricane. Bid so high, make it rain, feel the hurricane. Spotters on the grind, lifting your streams. We the kingpins of this digital dream. Raids and shouts, yo, we ride for the team. Helping homies hit that front page, supreme. From the bottom, now they rise, no disguise. Spot 'em, gang eyes, seeing through lies. Viewers pack the room, yo, it's no surprise. Streams popping, making magic live televised. Shout outs loud, bringing that clout. Twitch fam strong, yo, we never doubt. Hustle night and day, ain't no time to pout. Spot 'em, gang loyalty, never without. Shout outs loud, bringing that clout. Twitch fam strong, yo, we never doubt. Hustle night and day, ain't no time to pout. Spot 'em, gang loyalty, never without. Spot 'em, gang, we rollin' deep. Digital streets, gifted subs, bits raining heavy like beasts. Got that Twitch game locked, homies reaching elite. Shout outs in the chat, yeah, the fan can't be beat. Spotters on Twitch, giving that boost. Raids in the night, juice up the views. Homies rise high, no excuse. Subs and bits, always bringing the rules. Hustle on stream, grind never stop. Chat blowing up, climbing to the top. Viewers all in, bout to make that bop. Spot 'em, gang rise, Twitch like a shop. Got the follow trains, rolling non-stop. Spotters unite, cream of the crop. Streams blow up, never gon' flop. Dreams turn real, cause we never drop. Digital dollars, squirreled away. Spot 'em, gang pride, making that hay. Twitch homies scream, we making our way. Success inevitable, game we gon' sway. Spotters on Twitch, giving that boost. Raids in the night, juice up the views. Homies rise high, no excuse. Subs and bits, always bringing the roots. Yeah. Spot is in the chat.
Hello and welcome to the SPOTCAST brought to you by Spotum Gang. I am Kainitsu, your host, and as always, I'm here with Villain and Zykata. Villain, how you doing here today, bud?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Like I said,
good?
doing this on a Sunday now is great. It's great. I
Yeah,
had to
really?
I had to go on the Twitter and see when the show was starting because I forgot the exact time. I couldn't remember if it was like 11 or 12 and if I overslept. And so,
I got you.
but it's so nice being calm and relaxed and,
Oh, good. I'm glad, it's working out more for you in that favor in that regard. And actually, I believe it's going to be working a bit better for our good friend in the background there, Zykata. How you doing, bud?
How we doing, man?
How
He's
we doing, Zy?
fine.
We're
He's
doing.
well.
I'm just trying to make sure that we're running all of our systems smoothly here. Hopefully my audio is not too crazy, guys. Please let me know if my microphone is too loud. Yeah, we're doing today, man. We're in full gear here for our Sunday show, so I'm excited.
Nice. Yeah, and that's again, if you're seeing us now, you haven't seen anything on Twitter. If you don't live on Twitter, it's fine. We get that. But again, we have new time, new date. Actually, a little more of a format here for you. We're going to be live 12 p.m. Eastern Standard every Sunday going forward because it just seemed to work out better for everybody in that regard. So I think it's going to be good for everyone. But as for right now, we're going to go into kind of what we've been up to over the past couple of weeks and what we've been playing and everything. So, Villain, what you have been playing and been up to?
Well, Monster Hunter, most of all. Yeah, I got to the high rank stuff, so we're just grinding that out. Yeah. It kind of like when you get to the end of it, it kind of just like says go forward and make your own fun. They don't even do investigations anymore the way they used to. You have to create your own manual, which is kind of cool. You can create your own little mission and stuff. I think I like World better overall, like as I'm playing this one.
Yeah, I have my own thoughts on Wilds as well.
Which I mean we can get into them here too since we both played it,
Yeah.
and then we can just move on to my other game I wanted to talk about. But yeah, it's fun. I mean, it's the addiction that Monster Hunter always is. I mean,
right?
It's
that play loop.
It's fun. Graphically, it's still pretty ugly. There was one section that was running really badly for me last night too, just randomly. I was getting like 40 frames a second in one of the towns. Yeah. And which again, I'm on a 4090, so I should not get anything less than 100. But I
think that's just more of a strain on their servers right there because the game is starting to run better on other systems. It's running much better on my computer now. And I don't have as many frame drops, especially while I'm playing and fighting something, which is really, really nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, if I go to a very heavily populated area of one of the towns, my frames just tank. It's like, it's bad.
Yeah.
It's not even like 40. It's like 25. It's like, oh, it's ugly.
Yeah. I mean, that's really the biggest complaint with it. I mean, again, I think that it needs more monsters. It feels a little lighter. I don't know how many World had, but Wild feels like it has like half that.
Yeah, it's very sparse and it's really interesting. So like again, I've played the shit out of this game. I've played a lot of it. It's caught me more than World. And this is partial, so I'll tell you why. So a lot of people are saying like, oh, this game is easier than World. And in some regards it is. But it's not necessarily that like the monsters themselves are more difficult or less difficult. Some of them still be challenging fights and everything. I mean, but I've soloed the game, but most people do with Monster Hunter games anyway. But it has been a little bit easier to acquire like a lot more rare items and materials that you need for making your weapons and armor and everything. So, but I feel like now maybe with the patch that's a little different now because I'm not getting them as frequent as I did before. So, or maybe I just got really, really lucky in that regard. But yeah, there just aren't enough monsters, and there's actually been some like data mining and everything. Regard to a lot of that to kind of see what might be going on in the future with like releases for new content and everything. And there are monsters that were numbered before monsters that are actually in the base game. So either they just weren't completed before the game released, or they're holding them for later content.
For releases, That was one thing I noticed too. It was I would find a monster, I would fight it, and I would like look at the armor and be like, oh, I'm about to grind this mofo out. And then I look, oh, I already have all the pieces. Like I can just build it. And it was,
Nice.
which I mean is what you think you would want, but in actuality, I mean, that's the whole loop of the game. Is like, all right, I'm gonna go grind this monster for 3 hours until I get the armor I want. And it's, you know, it's the loop that you hate to love, but it is the loop nonetheless. And they've kind of taken that out because outside of that Rathalos tell that I was complaining to you about the other day, that's the only one I had to grind for, and that was kind of a weird one because I got it immediately after I was bitching about it. So, but yeah, so I don't know. It's a real kind of a weird one compared to World. It's almost like they tried to make it more approachable to everyone, and they kind of turned that dial a little too far in the wrong direction to where like if you're there for the grind, if you're there for the long hunts and settling in for the night, killing some shit over and over again, you're going to be a bit disappointed. I think.
But I feel like they have like taken back some of that that rarity or the RNG for it for whatever reason. Which, okay, fine. To be honest, the one thing that they've held like the most back from is armor spheres, dude. Like it is it is such a grind.
Yeah, I haven't gotten into using those yet. I haven't had to. I don't ever die. I fainted probably 3 times the whole game so far. And 2 of those times is because I was being an idiot. So
I've died in a lot of stupid ways. I'm also a bit more like avant-garde, and we're gonna go with these types of games. I just throw myself at the monsters. So I've had my fair of feints, but now that you're in high rank, it will get more challenging.
The real game begins.
It is the real game now. That should have been the game from the beginning. Like,
yeah, they really need to get
so weird.
They need to start making these where they just let you do that. Like just the campaign. But the problem is the producer has come out and said the reason this game sold so well is because of the campaign.
No, it's because people like fighting dinosaurs.
Yeah. I mean, it's because people like that. Like they like the loop, the crack that you've made for us, the drugs that you have put on our table.
The RNG guys that I have to pray to.
I can tell you. Well, I can tell you one character's name in that whole story. Fucking Nata, because his cold, dead eyes kept staring at me. They have these long camera where he's emoting, and he's like getting real emotional, but his eyes are dead. They're just as he's crying, and it's the creepiest thing. It's fucking creepy, and it leads you to believe that if this was like a more competently written game, there would be some dark secret that like he's actually a monster himself or something. But no, he's just some little boy who his village died, and you know he's out there trying to make it happen, you know.
Yeah, man. It is oh god, it was just bad. The whole story I didn't really care for. Like World was a lot more interesting. Wilds was just I can't talk about like what I don't like about it because it will spoil the story for anybody who really cares about that story.
You shouldn't really care about the story. Yeah, we don't want to spoil it, but at the same time, what are we really spoiling? You know, we're not going to, but
I'm not going to say anything except that it's not very good, and you're not going to really care much for Nata, to be completely honest.
No. I kept wanting Nata to get eaten by a Raytheon. Like we're just riding along in the desert, and it just flies overhead, grabs him, and flies off with him. Like I would have everyone just
it's been good. Once there's just going to be more content available and more monsters to fight and to grind, because there really aren't that many like high rank monsters to fight. There's like 4, and you're going to basically grind those 4 high rank monsters over and 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 over again, and not like having much variety. So that's pretty lame. That's my biggest gripes with it, is I didn't really care for the story. Some of the drops were just a little bit too forthcoming.
All of them, really.
Yeah, a lot of them were.
I mean, I'm not one to. Hey, listen, it sounds weird to complain about. Like I'm getting all my armors too fast, but at the same time, you want to get the homies together and grind. You know, go out on the hunts and grind and feel that sense of excitement when you finally get the thing that you want. But it's I wanted to hit you up actually one night and be like, hey man, I want to help me grind this thing out, but I got everything I needed on the first hunt. And was like, well, I guess that's just that. All right, well, I have the armor now. So
there hasn't been too many things I've had to grind out to get. Also, I've used a lot of monster parts to like make armor spheres and stuff, or higher rank armor. But yeah, it Monster Hunter Wilds is good. So yeah, I think we can wrap a bow on that because I could go on more and more.
Oh yeah, for sure. I could go on for forever.
Want to move along with a bit more here. So so you've been up to some other stuff too, right? Looks like you said you were talking about some Overwatch, which is kind of surprising to hear from you.
Yeah. I don't have too much to say on that one. It's just put on the list. They put a new character out this weekend. Well, it's not out yet. They always run a weekend for the new character, so that they can get some data, and so that hopefully put it out balanced. Her name is Freya. Yeah, Freya. She has a cool crossbow, and I like her a lot.
Okay.
And I was playing her all I wasn't gonna play for very long, but I ended up playing for most of the night the other night.
Wow.
Yeah, I like Overwatch a lot. It's gotten a lot of hate since like Rivals and stuff has come out, but
I had hate for Overwatch before Rivals, to be honest.
Yeah. I played a lot of Overwatch 1, and I played probably less of Overwatch 2.
Exactly.
But I really do really like Overwatch.
Well, I'm actually interested about this because a really big thing that they apparently have done for Overwatch 2 is that didn't they make it 6v6 again, or is that only just a certain mode?
No, it's 5v5. I think they rolled out a mode, and I think they were talking about bringing that back. They do a lot of experimental stuff and then roll it in. They recently just added a really cool system that they kind of stole from MOBAs, where like as you're playing, you pick between two abilities periodically, like you level up throughout the match, and then you pick between two like augmentations on your abilities. So for instance, that Freya lady, she on her first perk, she can choose between her bolts, like when she machine guns them, it like freezes the people and slows them down, and the other one I think gives her like a boosted jump or something like that. And so you can kind of choose between, I want to like slow them down or make myself faster. And so by the end of these levels, you're actually playing very different versions of the character, and I think that's fucking awesome.
That is really cool because I mean that's actually taken stuff from what they had promised for like the campaign for 2. What they had, what they promised, what 2 was supposed to.
Yeah,
the whole reason they were supposed to make a 2.
Yeah, I see. I was just in the camp of I didn't even want a campaign. And when they announced that, I'm like, okay, like what? All right. Like, and then when they canceled it, I was like, okay, all right. I didn't really care, but
again, that was like the whole reason for them to make a 2, other than like some updated, like, oh, now we got ray tracing graphics, aren't they nice?
Yeah. Well, yeah, they had to make a 2 because Activision wanted a fucking 2, and so they needed to change their money model from loot boxes to battle passes and stuff.
And what's funny is that because of all this battle pass shit, people are like, I just want, can you bring back loot boxes?
And they did. They did.
Sad. They did. They bring them back, actually.
They have them now, yeah. So they have both. Your battle pass actually gives you loot boxes, which is fucking, it's this it's this like universe folding in on itself thing where you have the battle pass and it's also giving you loot boxes. It's fantastic.
Oh my God. It's so meta. It's so meta.
But yeah, I don't want to linger on it too much. I've been playing that too, and I do think it's a better game than Rivals. That's all I have to say.
I got you. I was just curious about the 6v6 stuff because I did see something about that and like how they're gonna have it to where you're gonna be able to like go through.
Yeah, I think it's
and like get new abilities and play through kind of more like a MOBA, like you said, which sounds really interesting.
Yeah, I think it's in the arcade right now, and I think they're debating about rolling it out officially. But
I mean,
I like the 5v5 a lot myself, but I don't care either way. As long as it plays balanced and well. So,
all right. Yeah. Well, Overwatch people, I guess it's still
shout out to them. Shout out to them. We love them. We love you, Overwatch people.
All right. So, is there anything else going on there?
Just quickly, I bought a PS5 Pro finally. $700 in the trash.
Yeah, it's an expensive console, dude. Like
it is. I mean, it was one half I just like new toys, but the other half I did sell my old PS5 to my friend for cheap for him and his kid, so that they could have it because they couldn't really like afford a full priced one. So that's how I justified it to myself in the GameStop, and they were like, "That'll be $775, please." And I'm like, "Oh,
I guess I'm gonna get like maybe a quarter of that back."
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be the best way to play GTA 6. That's really, that's the reason why I'm buying it. Yeah, until they put it on the PC. Yeah. And so there's that. But yeah, I turned it on and I went through some of the games just looking at them, Spider-Man and Horizon, and they they do look better. They have like that little. They basically took the game and they put that like next gen gloss over it, where it looks a little sharper. Okay. The ray tracing's turned on. It's fine. I wouldn't say it's worth $700 if you already have one. Which
there is one game though they say has a lot of graphical
Final Fantasy
upgrades.
7? Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth?
Nope. The one game that supposedly has benefited the most from the PS5 Pro has been
I thought that
a very brand new game that was just released this week. I'll just say that.
I haven't heard anything about it. What is it?
Monster Hunter? No.
Nope, that was last week.
I don't know.
What game just released?
Oh, Shadows.
Yes.
Oh,
okay. Shadows has massive graphical improvements from playing on the PS5 Pro.
Nice.
So,
nice.
So not only will it do really well, the game sales for AC Shadows, but it also might be a console mover too for the PS5 Pro in Sony's favor.
We'll get into that.
Yeah.
But I have to summarize all that though. I have the same opinion that every person who's bought this thing is like, if you have the extra money and you want a new toy, go for it. But if you have a PS5, that you're good just keeping that. So
if you have $700 or with tax, let's say $800 for that.
It was $776, with tax.
Yeah, that's extremely expensive, overpriced console. Just put it towards a PC. In all honesty,
I agree. I agree with that sentiment.
The PC will take you a lot longer. People.
But I had like I said, I have a buddy. Him and his kid have a PS5 now, and they're really happy with it. And,
at least you had a noble cause behind yours.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, they're really happy. He's been online every night. Played some games with me, so it's been great.
Yeah. Nice.
It's been cool.
Nice. So, good.
That's how I'm telling myself as I look behind me and I see that ugly ass thing under my TV. That cost me $776. Just staring at me.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Well,
it's crazy.
Good to know. Quick review. Not really worth it. Anyway.
Just that noise. That's their whole review.
PS5 Pro.
Spider-Man looks awful shiny.
That's cool. But Zai, what have you been going on, man?
Yeah, I haven't been following all the metas with playing all the new releases like Monster Hunter and AC Shadows and stuff like that. But I've still been playing Rivals. Obviously, with the community, we're trying to build a team, and actually, a Rivals team is actually forming out of this competitive one. Nice. We actually have, I believe, we have a full 6-player team. Everyone with defined roles on the team. We're going to be probably moving towards, tryouts and stuff like that, tournaments and stuff, probably within the next couple of months. Doing like Steam giveaway prizes for like internal things to kind of keep trying to look and scout for good players to join the team. So yeah, I've been playing that. Rivals has been it's still maintaining a lot of popularity. So I'm definitely cool with that game still, helping the community and everything. And then the other game I was playing, which is a new game that it's like an indie game, is called Repo. And I wanted Villain to try this with us so bad, but I know Villain's been playing Monster Hunter and everything. But it's basically like
it's like $10.
If you play, it's $10. It's kind of like a hybrid of Lethal Company and Content Warning. And basically, you're just a couple of Muppet androids running around maps, collecting valuable items to meet a quota, but these maps are all infested with like horror, like abominations, all different types of like random ass monsters.
Nightmare.
So there's like there's like a nice little horror element to it. So it's kind of cool. It's a great game to play with a bunch of friends. You can have up to 6-player lobbies. Like
jump scares and stuff.
Yeah, it's got tons of jump scares. You kind of have to collaborate with people. When you die, you can res your friends. So like, there's just a lot of cool little things and mechanics in the game that make it really fun.
Nice. Yeah, I've heard
a fun one to stream
about Repo.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's a neat little sleeper hit that has been getting a lot of popularity in the streaming community.
Yeah.
So.
Well, that warms my heart.
It's only $10. It's only $10. So.
Yeah, it's the bar of entry is very very low. So
you may as well. Yeah.
It's a decently well-made game.
It's number
fun.
1 top seller on Steam right now, above
it's got
Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Yeah, they didn't even go on. AC Shadows.
Wow,
it beat Assassin's Creed Shadows. Assassin's Creed is number 2.
Holy crap! Okay, we was
Kai is so
7
happy
people
about
can
that.
buy that game compared to 1 AC Shadows. So I think that's
But yeah, it sounds like something we all need to play together.
I definitely would love to play with you guys. I think it'd be a fucking shitload of fun. There's a ton of clips. I should have actually brought them up as B-roll.
I don't know if I would call this a sleeper hit. It's number 5 on Steam at 264,000
When we started playing it a couple weeks ago, no one. Yeah. Well, yeah, I think it is. I think it's officially a hit now. When we first started playing this, like 2-3 weeks ago, it was not that big.
Yeah, the only thing beating it is Monster Hunter, and of course, the usual smattering of Counter-Strike and Dota. But those are always on top.
Yeah, it's doing really well now. I think. I think it's eventually. Yeah, it's crossed over into the mainstream at this point. All the big streamers have adopted it. I definitely think it's a lot of fun. They created so much fun content that I want to share.
I got you.
It's a clip making machine. So obviously people are sharing all these on TikTok and YouTube Shorts. That's why it's gaining like ridiculous amounts of popularity. But it's a lot of fun. I had a great time playing it. Playing that game for 4 or 5 hours feels like you're playing for 30 minutes. So,
nice.
Yeah,
I like it. That's nice when games.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much what I've been doing. I haven't been playing anything too heavily. I want to. There will be there's Expedition 33 coming out in April. That is probably going to be the next game that I invest April 14th or something like that.
Oh, dude, I was gonna be really funny if it was like 420. It's kind of close. I was gonna say 420.
Actually, who knows? It could be 420.
I was just saying, like, I just don't have time to play all this shit.
Yeah, and I have the same issue with like Monster Hunter and everything too. I can't invest my time in those games right now.
Well, now that I've gotten to like the part where I can kind of start just kind of selectively grind away at Monster Hunter, I'm kind of going back to Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 a little bit.
I got you.
And so I hope to get that beaten, I guess, by April 14th. So I can play
Expedition 33.
Expedition, yeah.
And supposedly Expedition 33 is a bunch of laid off Ubisoft developers. So this game is like a huge passion project. It looks fucking amazing. It's kind of like what I wish the Final Fantasy 16 was. Maybe this game will suck, but I am going to give this game a really solid chance. I'm probably going to stream it. And it's probably they did say 30 hours for the main story, which is very, very reasonable for me as it's pretty short, an older gamer. Types of games. Yeah, as an older gamer, I appreciate the 30 hour,
as an old
time.
Man.
Yeah, these 80 to
I like my games short.
30 hours.
I don't have the same endurance as I did before.
30 hours ain't short, man.
Just ask the wife. I give it my best.
Yeah, see. Expedition 33 is going to be a game that I gave Unicorn Overlord a chance. That game could have been beaten in 30 hours or 40 hours. I put 80 hours into that game because that game was that good. Expedition 33 obviously will have a lot of side content on top of the main story. So will my playthrough be 30 hours? That remains to be seen. Depends on how much I enjoy the game. I mean, if I'm not enjoying the game, I will probably hurry up and finish the story and be done with it. I kind of got like that with Dragon Quest 3 HD 2D at the end. I didn't give a fuck about the story anymore. Dragon Quest 3 is not about the story. You know what I mean? It's about that gameplay loop. I could literally just keep playing Dragon Quest 3 over and over again for just the gameplay loop and not give a fuck about the story. So,
some
RPGs
are just like that. But
exactly.
We've had a lot of
good story
going on in the community.
So Expedition 33, we'll after the Nintendo stuff that happens in the beginning of next month, we'll be talking about that. So
yeah, definitely we'll be looking at it in the future. But yeah, it sounds like we have some exciting things going on with some rival stuff in the server. We've got a team going together. We've got some other things going on as well. So definitely, if you're new here, check it out or just look into what we have going on. Is there anything else you have? Any final thoughts on all that? There's
negative. Negative.
All right,
that's pretty much been it.
Okay. Wait, does this thing say I'm a Southern gentleman?
You just realized that? You just realized that?
Well, I've been focused on the show, sir. Like
this is the show. This is the show now.
All right.
So we're gonna go and run into our news here. We don't have like much going on. news-wise to talk about, but this is going to be kind of a big enough topic about a topic on its own. So we've talked about before. Everybody's been talking about Ubisoft. Ubisoft is possibly on its last leg, and we don't know what's happening with them in a lot of aspects. And Assassin's Creed Shadows finally dropped. And yeah, so some things are not too surprising. So I think it's going to be kind of interesting. Let's go ahead and just go ahead and bring up this first article here about, Assassin's Creed reaching 1 million players in its first day. We have that's apparently what's happened. So I want to make a very big distinction: players, not sales. Those are players. So basically,
we're at 2 million players now. Actually,
2 million players.
We're at 2 million players now.
But players, again, very big distinction, but that is a very big number. I wouldn't be too surprised if this goes up more towards the 3 to 5 million, just the big old number. It's good. It's good for them. But if that's not translating into sales, it's still going to be pretty bad for them in a lot of aspects. So, so Zai, if you could bring up that article about the 1 million players.
This is it, right? Assassin's Creed Shadows hits 1 million players on launch day?
I'm sorry. I'm looking at something. I'm so stupid. So yeah, we have that. I had something here. I'm so sorry. My apologies.
It's all good.
A little blip on my sin here. But yeah, so I'm firmly going to believe that this is going to do enough for them to want to try to keep to themselves. But
by keep to themselves, you mean like not sell it off? Is that what you?
Well, yeah, not sell off, but they're also going to be like. Here's the thing: if it does okay, they might be selling off IPs to keep themselves, independent, but not own as much as they did before for their IPs, or it's gonna do way better than I think, and it's actually going to save the company, and they stay completely independent and keep all their IPs, or they get bought out. Worst case scenario.
Yeah.
So yeah. What are your thoughts on that, Villain?
Well, I don't really know enough to speak on if this is going to save their whole company. By every metric, even with the whole Ubisoft like Game Pass thing, I think it's doing really well because it has way more concurrence than like the one before Valhalla had on Steam. So if you look across even the same metrics, it did sell more on Steam as well than like Valhalla. And Valhalla went on to sell 20 million. Is that enough to save the whole, which I do think this will hit. I think this will probably hit 20 million. Like easy. There's a lot of hype behind it. Your average person, I've said this many times, doesn't care about any of this drama around it.
Right.
They just want some nice ninja fun. Now, if Ghost of Tsushima had launched, the new one, Yote, had launched around here, I think we'd be having a very different discussion because, I think Yote would have probably drawn more people at this point. But whether it can save the company or not, I have no fucking idea, to be perfectly honest with you. It depends how bad the company is, Like, I don't think one game, even at 20 million copies, like that's not... That's a lot. It's a lot. But can it sustain a company as massive as Ubisoft? I don't know. I don't think so.
I think it would bring them back more into the black and out of the red if they sold that many. It would give them a better chance to not sell off anything and keep the studios they do have currently, not close anything else down. But I don't know. Speaking of just saying like how good or bad it is, let's go ahead and just bring up that Metacritic because there's a really weird contrast going on through through these reviews and stuff.
Yeah, Steam's still while we're pulling that up, Steam is still a very positive.
It went down a little bit the last time I looked at it. It was at like 80%. It's like down to 79 something. Not a lot.
Yeah, if you read through all the bad reviews, though, it has nothing to do with the game itself. It's actually just like the online stuff, like the.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, it has. Like, if you read every bad review, if you just filter out.
Do you actually want me to go into a review? Do you want me to look at reviews?
No.
No, I don't. I can tell you exactly what they are. Like they're all just Well, here's one that's like negative on the game. I'm sure there are some, but most of them are based around the fact that you have to have an online connection, and because it's Ubisoft, that online connection sucks ass.
Yeah, that's stupid. I hate whenever they do shit like that.
And so they're all complaining about that, basically.
Yeah, but look here on Metacritic. So we just talked about like Steam. It's got like an 81. So it's 50. It's a 5.7 from users on Metacritic. And that's like almost 2,000 reviews.
What are they saying on the Metacritic? Let's see.
Probably the same thing that you were talking about, probably more about the online stuff. So this actually might be a legitimate kind of review bomb against the game. That people always want to claim like, oh, it's being review bombed when something's bad, it's bad. I haven't played the game yet personally. I
won't play it.
I probably won't, but
I have no interest
in it. I've seen some of the cutscenes and the dialogue and like voice acting, and it's really, really, really bad.
A lot of these reviews are in languages I understand. Ayogo nayam parim para un quia de peso como es.
Sounds like an enchantment.
Damn,
I just cursed all of you.
Oh, yeah, shit. you just hexed us. What the fuck?
Expecto Patronum, bitches. Let's see. Yeah, some people are saying it's kind of mid. Excellent game, but with flaws. As always, detailed world. Terrible story.
From my understanding about like the game, it's at its heart a Ubisoft game.
Yeah.
And at its core of hearts and hearts, it is an Assassin's Creed game. I feel like from what I heard, they haven't really done enough like innovation behind like the gameplay and stuff, and it's just all dumb. And like the parts with Yasuke, like he's like super boring to play as because he's just this guy just like barrels through shit.
Yeah.
He doesn't have like any Assassin's part of the Assassin's Creed. I also have heard like narrative wise, like at the end, it shows you why they chose to have Yasuke as a character, kind of like be the outsider in the story and narrative. But
sure.
And also I've heard that the story gets really good in the last 5 hours. So depending on how much you play before that, it's good for the last 5 hours at least.
Yeah.
And that's just not a seller for me. Like I hate the argument like it gets really good after X amount of hours. If I have to put in hours in a game and have to wait that long for it to get good, I'm not going to want to invest my time in that.
Yeah, no, it's I don't know. I mean that's the thing. It's like you said, it's a Ubisoft game, right? It's going to be a big map, lots of dots on the map. Apparently, they did do a better job with that, where it is like cluttering the UI and stuff.
They still with the UI, that's nice, but they still actually like block off stuff though. And like with animus walls and everything, and that's one thing I think they should just drop entirely. You know what would actually probably make it more interesting? Take that shit out now.
Yeah,
the whole animus, the whole modern thing, because they're not gonna ever have modern day assassins fight Templars. That was supposed to be the apex, the climax of that story that was built up.
I was quite excited for back in the day.
Me too.
Young,
it was even have like
villain
2012 Mayan
super
shit
excited
wrapped up in there.
Yeah.
It was gonna be really cool.
Yeah, and then there were the aliens and stuff too. Like I was really excited for where that was going, and everyone hated it at the time.
I thought it was really cool and interesting.
Yeah.
And then they fired like the head producer and writer and director of the game, and she was gone. And so that way just went to the wayside. They killed off Desmond. Spoilers for like a 20-year-old franchise. Sorry. They killed off Desmond. Which is like, dude, what the fuck? Like, oh man. So yeah. If they just get rid of that and just like, hey, just here's a thing that happened. You can still have like your weird alien shit if you want to, but just pull the animus stuff out of there. And if you just make a fully open world, I think it would be presented better to people on that much. But then what do I know? Their last game sold like 25 million copies. So I guess it doesn't matter.
Yeah, people love their Ubisoft games, their Assassin's Creed games specifically.
Yeah,
I mean, that's what I liked about Ghost of Tsushima, even though I wasn't really that big on that game. It was nice to just playing it, and it's like, this is the game. Like, this is the story. There's not some weird shoehorned relic sci-fi thing in there, because again, I really like that stuff, but it's like you said, it's dead now, so why keep it?
There's no point for it.
Yeah, so I don't know. I think this game will do well, like just like all the other ones.
Again, In my opinion, I think it will sell okay, but it's not going to be enough to help with the
10
company.
million
Like,
copies.
maybe. I'm thinking it's more going to be like 5, 6 on the high end. That's just me personally. I could be completely wrong on this.
I think it'll hit like 15, 20, but that's
really
just me. Probably.
The auto intake crowd, man.
I think if you're talking about time, though, it's 10 million within like what?
Okay, over
by the end
months?
of this year, I would say probably 10.
Really?
Okay. All right.
Okay. I think it will be on the lower end, but we shall see. But let's talk a little bit more about those numbers real quick. Can you go to the SteamDB page there?
Sure can. 1 second.
Yeah, they do have other stokers in the pod. They announced Rainbow Siege like X, I think, which they're kind of revamping that a little bit. That's been like a silent money maker for them for a while.
Oh, it's the one thing that's been consistent that people actually like.
Yeah, and they're kind of revamping it, and they're making it free to play. And from the
I thought it's been free to play.
No,
okay.
they've had it. It's so old. They've had it on so many cells, and it's been free weekends. And I've played a lot of Rainbow Six for free because they've just had free weekends and stuff. But no, it's been a paid game.
Wow.
I think I want to say they had a free version of it, like a starter pack, maybe. That you can. Let me look it up. Rainbow Six Siege. Yeah, it's $20 on Steam right now.
Wow. That surprised me. I thought they went free to play a long time ago just because of like their model about how they do everything.
Yeah, but they're revamping. They're basically doing an Overwatch 2 with it, where they're revamping the whole thing and making it fully free to play.
Really good for them.
Although some of the stuff I saw was pretty shitty. Like I want to say
they're gonna ruin it like they ruined Overwatch 2.
No, I want to say to play ranked, you have to pay money.
What?
Yeah,
that is
you have to buy a ranked pass. Rainbow Six Siege X ranked play. Yeah, will become free, but ranked mode require a premium upgrade and reaching level 50, while free access provides access to other modes and a selection of operators. So you won't have access to operators and or ranked mode until you pay for it.
That's scummy. But it's not expected from a lot from this industry, honestly.
Although, well, in a way, it really depends on their community, I think.
Yeah,
I think because if you have a dedicated rank, which it sounds like they do, community, really you keep all the free players casual, and if anyone wants to jump in with the ranked people, they got to pay. They buy in, so they're more likely to take it more seriously.
Maybe I don't know.
I can see it. Yeah, I think it's weird too. I don't like it, but I can see kind of the reasoning behind it, I think.
Right. Well, let's talk about some of these shadows numbers real quick.
Okay.
So yeah, we got SteamDB here. So this number's actually gone up for in game right now for 64,000 on Steam, which is good. Again, we can't completely say that's like all the players in the world for everything else, every player. This is just kind of like giving us an indicator with Steam. Yeah. And again, you get the reviews are like around 80% for it. And so I just want to bring this up just because, like, again, they're saying players. We're saying like we got 2 million players, guys. 2 million players. They're the same thing for Outlaws. Like, oh, we had like 1 million players, guys. We had 1 million players. But they didn't sell the game. They sold subscriptions to their service, which is more likely where a lot of these numbers are coming from. So it's basically like, it's kind of like a way of renting a game to see if you like it or not. And also with that, they're more likely in the hopes that people are just going to forget that subscription was signed up if they got it for free and everything, and then they're just going to start getting charged. But yeah, so that's where I'm finding the biggest distinction in all of this is the players. The player number count is what they're wanting to do. Not necessarily sales. They haven't told you about sales. They told you about player count. And is that like, I guess it's all platforms. And
that's across everything. I mean, I don't know how many people got Ubisoft Plus. Really, I mean, I look at like to get a better idea. I kind of look at I don't know if you'd call it per capita numbers. So like you can kind of, assuming that sales are consistent, you can kind of look at, even though it's only right now 64,000 concurrent players on Steam, you can kind of look at that and look at the concurrent players of the game before it, which is what I was doing, versus the overall sales that they had, because Ubisoft Plus was a thing back then too.
Right.
And I think it's doing really well. I think it's just, I just don't think it was the flop that everyone thought it was going to be, but I don't think it is necessarily like crazy runaway hit that Ubisoft maybe hoped it was either. It's just, it's an Assassin's Creed game. It's selling exactly like an Assassin's Creed.
I got one thing
game.
I want to say about this. I think that Ubisoft made the right call.
Go ahead.
I think that they delayed the game. They knew that at the time when the game was going to be originally released in the fall of 2024, the game had way too much heat on it.
Yeah, that's the peak of that. Then they did.
The
they,
game
they did give it a softer landing.
They gave it an absolutely much softer landing. They basically, this was like that movie where the plane lands in the Hudson River. Like AC Shadows could have been a disaster. Ubisoft made the right calls business wise to save the game and possibly save the company. Period. That's all I have to really say about it.
What?
Yeah,
There's
and they
town building in this.
Yeah, it's like how you give your upgrades and stuff.
Like you move the houses around, build a little town. That's kind of dope. That's kind of cool. I'm just saying.
But yeah, as for from what last thing that Villain said is that like I didn't say it was going to be like a massive flop. I don't think it was going to be doing as bad as Outlaws did. Outlaws did not sell well at all.
Yeah, Outlaws had nothing.
But it is a flop of how much money they put into it. Like if they don't sell enough copies, not just having people playing the game, but sell enough
they
copies,
mitigated their losses. They mitigated their losses.
But still, if it still doesn't sell enough, they're still going to be in heat or hot water. Rather. So that's where the flop's going to be coming in. If it doesn't sell as much as they're projecting, like, oh, we're going to sell 50 million copies, which I mean, it's probably way too high for them to really think, honestly. But if it doesn't get those numbers, then they're going to have a lot of hard choices. Are they going to see like, if it does it well enough, they'll possibly sell some off IPs, or if
they're
it
definitely going to pawn off IPs for sure.
Yeah, and if it doesn't,
that's going to be paired.
They might get bought out.
That's going to be paired with this.
Yeah. It's estimated, to get some hard numbers, it's estimated that it costs between 250 and 350 million, and then it would need around 7 million copies to break even.
Just even.
It's going to do that. It's going to get 10. It's definitely getting 10. So, like I said, it could have been way worse. They absolutely saved their company by doing what they did with this game. Still, a lot of problems here, but I'm glad that these game companies, especially Ubisoft, they're trying to make decisions that are going to be beneficial for gaming in general. Although they are just kind of saving their company right now.
I would not care if Ubisoft shut down tomorrow.
I wouldn't either.
The one thing I worry about is not the company itself; it's the IPs. So I think if they can spin off a lot of those IPs to different companies that care, that's a good thing. But yeah, Ubisoft, their days are probably still numbered, to be honest.
They probably are,
see.
but we're here to see what's going to happen, and we'll keep you posted on it. So that's the latest Ubisoft news. But we're going to be going into our next section here. It's going to be the main topic, which I think is going to be pretty good. We're going to
How many pretties was that? That was 4 pretties.
Pretty
good.
Yeah, so we're going to be going through that. So it's going to be real interesting. We're going to be talking about and having basically like our own little mini retrospective of all the major home consoles since the Nintendo. We actually really had
this is going to be interesting.
Yeah, we had to really kind of dial it down because, again, as a whole, in the last 40 years, what we're going to be going through, a ton of consoles have come out in so many different aspects. And we had to pick where we're going to start. So we decided to start with the NES. We could go ahead and
get that one up. Let me get that one up. All right.
Up here.
NES. Tell me I don't have the NES.
So just a little.
Oh my God! Do I not have that one in here?
Going through. We're starting here because essentially Nintendo saved gaming in general.
Hold on.
And after the 1983 crash in America with Atari and everything,
shout out to ET.
It looked like good old ET. It wasn't
good
just
old ET.
It wasn't just ET that broke the industry, although that definitely really attributed to it. It was just because there's so many people making games. It's just an oversaturated market that it just nobody there's no quality control or anything, and nobody cared. Nobody wanted to buy these crappy games anymore. And then Nintendo decided to make their own console, the Famicom, and then they brought it over into America, and they call it the NES as we see it here.
It's a much better name than Famicom, I must say.
Yeah,
I think there's debate on that, but I don't Famicom. I don't. What is that? What is
family
that?
computer? It's what it's supposed to be.
Yeah,
a family computer.
Okay, all right.
And then actually, the Famicom did a lot of really neat stuff. Like, dude, you had like a little mini. You could actually like a little mini computer in a lot of ways. But anyway, yeah. So NES. If people don't know, it says here Nintendo Entertainment System. That's what it means. And I have a lot of memories with this particular little console. I'm old. My first console was an Atari 2600.
Oh,
I am fucking old.
And Gandalf over here.
And yeah, we're still going through some of our. I was Gandalf the Brown, and now I'm Gandalf the Gray.
Gandalf the Brown. The fuck.
But yeah, no. So yeah, we're just gonna be going through our own little personal experiences for the most part with these consoles. And again, I have a lot of experience with this. I remember getting this console for Christmas. It was like a big birthday. It was the biggest Christmas present for all of us, for all the kids. My parents even put like, to all of us kids from Santa on the present. And man, there's just so much history with this console alone. Not just from personal use, but just in general. And yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and just kind of actually throw it to Villain real quick, because I don't think you're gonna have much to say with these first few things we got going on.
Yeah, I was just a twinkle in my dad's eye when these was being played by you folk. I wasn't even on this earth yet. But no, I had a family member of mine, a cousin or something.
Okay.
They had one of these. And a SNES, which we'll get to that later. And so I mean, I played, I want to say one of the Mario games. I think we did Mario Kart on this, maybe.
Mario Kart was not.
Okay, maybe that's SNES. See, I played it a couple of times. Was this the one with? Was this the one with Duck Hunt, or was that the SNES?
Yeah, Duck Hunt.
Okay, yeah, I played Duck Hunt. And I want to say that's it. I barely,
really? Oh.
Yeah, I've barely touched one of these. The SNES is where I played a lot of kind of stuff, but.
Gotcha. Well, if you played Duck Hunt, there was a chance you may have also just played the regular Super Mario Brothers, because eventually they came out when they started selling them later on, like in the early 90s. They had like a dual cartridge where it had Duck Hunt and Super Mario Brothers in a package together.
That's what I played. That's what I played.
Yeah,
that was the
there
one. Yeah, that I remember. Yeah. It was like split on the little cartridge. Yeah,
that's exactly.
I remember being. I was a kid, and I was so amazed at like that the gun was like able to know what I was shooting at on the screen. I was like, how does it do that?
It's so neat. And
oh my god, this is sci-fi times.
It uses lights from the screen.
We are in the future, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, I never had one.
Gotcha. So it was very sparse for anything that you had. So this is gonna be more for Zai and I then. Which I guess I'll go into my spiel. I already kind of gave a little bit of my history again. I got this as a Christmas present along with my sister's. Fuck, I don't know, man. I'm gonna say like 1990 or something. And I remember just trying to play Super Mario Brothers, and I just wasn't very good at it because I was like 3 or 4 at the time when this came out. And
oh wow, yeah,
that's
pretty young. That's
really
really young to be trying to play
play games. Yeah. So I distinctly remember my dad only playing Duck Hunt. and I was one of those kids like, I want to go up to the screen and just shoot the ducks. Screw these stupid ducks. Yeah, I can't get them. My dad would sit back as far as he could, have that stretched out.
He would turn it to the side like a G, like a gangster.
Well, my dad, well, no, he would like lie back as far as he could on the floor. He'd have
shouted "Thug Life" and emptied the clip.
These old consoles use like coaxial cables for like connections to the TV and everything because there were tubes. So like that, like the wires spread out and pulled out, like being as far back as he could to shoot the ducks. And I'm like, Dad, why don't you just get closer? It's much easier. He's like, no, I don't want to do that. But yeah, Nintendo, man, this console, I played so many things on it. I remember when I first like beat my first Bowser Castle as a kid. I remember going to my mom and saying, "Look, I got to here. I've never done it before." And just so many games. Again, there was Super Mario Brothers 2, which in itself has its own strange history, but I played the shit out of that. Obviously, Super Mario Brothers 3, which is arguably the best Super Mario Brothers game to a lot of people. Oh god, there's so many. There was the Sunsoft Batman game that was way better than any right to be.
I never played that one. I would have loved that as a kid.
But you would have, man. Like, it was a really, really good Batman game. It actually had some pretty complex mechanics for a game at that time, especially on a console compared to like computers and stuff. Because you actually had you had like an item belt, like you just cycle through different items and stuff, and have like the different abilities and weapons to do different things and go against different enemies and bosses. It was kind of like a Mega Man, but Batman.
Yeah.
I remember playing that a lot. God, there's just so many games. There's so many freaking games on that console.
Was Final Fantasy on that, or was that the SNES?
Yeah, no, the very first
NES. Yep,
game was on NES. First Dragon Quest was on NES. Lots of firsts on NES. First sure. Metroid. Oh god. Zai, help me out. I'm running out of stuff. You're the Nintendo guy.
Yeah, I mean, you had everything. I mean, all the original franchises.
You had everything.
All the mainstay Nintendo franchises
Mario,
essentially started on the NES. I don't think anything started on the Super Nintendo. So basically
Mario
you have
Mario Kart.
With Mario Kart being the one exception, because that, and Star Fox actually, Star Fox as well, because those both utilize the Super FX chip. But most of the Zelda, Mario, Kid Icarus,
the first Zelda
Metroid
was on there.
All those main Nintendo franchises were all on the NES.
The staples. Exactly. I played most of those games growing up. Like, I obviously couldn't play all of them because lower middle class family. I just basically only played the games that were given to me that we could afford, and it wasn't like now. You just played those games over and 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 over. Oh man, so there was Mega Man on there. Original Mega Man came out on there. Yeah, Double Dragon.
Yep. A lot amazing third-party games on the NES as well.
So many good things. A lot of Capcom firsts as well.
Capcom, Squaresoft, Sunsoft, Hudson Soft.
God, Hudson.
All these companies had really, really amazing IPs on the Nintendo Entertainment System platform, Famicom platform.
Yeah. So I know your history with gaming is a little wonky there, Zai, but what did you play the most on the Nintendo?
Well, like, I think I got my NES in 1990 as well. Pretty poor family. It was given to my family and my father by my uncle, who had gotten it God knows how. Probably couldn't afford it. I don't know how it was procured, but we did get our hands on one. And it's kind of funny. I feel like I feel like we do live in a simulation, because I feel like none of us have an original memory, because I have the same exact memory of my dad doing the same shit with Duck Hunt, except he would lay back in his chair like 10 feet away from the TV that was only truly maybe like 14 inches wide, because it was like an old CRT TV, with the UHF VHF dials on it. But yeah, it's almost the same exact fucking memory essentially. And so I remember the first game I played was Super Mario Brothers. I distinctively remember this. I must have been 3 or 4 years old at the time. I remember distinctively playing that game, and a couple other games that I really, really distinctively remember is Duck Hunt, Super Mario Brothers, Super Mario Brothers 2, Super Mario Brothers 3, Little Nemo's Dreamscape. I don't know if you guys remember that. Well, that's a crazy. That's a game. It's a crazy game where this little kid is like in a dream world, and it's based on like a story.
There was a children's cartoon. It was kind of like.
It was a
fucking
one of the first
anime in America. That was actually a really weird history.
The NES game is gold. I have distinct memories of trying to beat that game as a kid. The Punisher game on the NES, I remember, because me and my brother tried to beat that game. That was an insane game. The Untouchables, I remember that game. That was an insanely fun game. Like, there's so many games on the NES that it was so groundbreaking, especially to have real movie tie-ins to video games at that time, because prior to that with the Atari, you did have movie tie-ins, but the graphics didn't resemble anything.
It was still limited what they could actually do.
The NES was such a step up. Because like even though it's like even if we look back now, it's like no, these games had nothing to do with the movie. They did then for us because it was such a
at the time
a generational leap. Yeah. So,
but it was still very limited
much what I remember.
And a lot with those movie tie-in games, because there were a lot from the Nintendo. They also were just like they're just like some really weird choices, because technically people viewed it for the most part at that time as just like a toy, as a children's toy. And they'd
even
make,
Nintendo
like,
kind of.
Yeah, but they would make the Nintendo does that still in a sense. But yeah, they have like the weirdest titles. Like, dude, they have like Lethal Weapon 4 on NES. Go play Lethal Weapon 4, RoboCop, or you know, The Predator. Like that. Those are games they made for the NES, but they're rated R movies. They're rated R movies. They're supposed to be for kids. The same thing they did with like action figures for those movies. It's like it was
Friday the 13th,
90s is weird times, man. Oh my god, that game for the NES. Holy shit, that game was bad.
I got my 8-bit Camp Killers that are, you know, my Air Jordans that are purple and and cyan with blood splatter on them and hockey mask face lace guards on them.
I remember seeing those when you shared them. This is very funny. I made fun of you a little bit.
I love them. I love them.
But yeah, so much history with the Nintendo. Like I'm pretty sure there's some games that I don't even remember playing. Like there's one game I remember playing that I owned. I don't remember the name of it, but it was like a weird adventure game, or like this dude from, it was like Future World, this guy on like this mech suit, and you would go and like explore worlds and like dungeons and stuff. I didn't understand the actual concept of the game because it's actually kind of complicated for a Nintendo game. But I don't remember the name of that. There's also like some other things, like they had some kind of like oh crap, what is the name of that game? Ultra Dungeon, I think it was. It's like an older game, but anyway, they had some games that were in the style of that, like kind of like a first person PC game, but on the Nintendo. Oh, I also was thinking of just splicing stuff. Do you remember Fester's Quest?
Yep.
Zai?
Yep, I do.
From Adam's Family?
Yep,
yeah.
Adam's Family.
Like, really?
Yeah. Uncle Fester. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's called Fester's Quest.
Oh, man.
Yep.
The plot is you see good old cool Uncle Fester sitting there in the pool with the sunglasses, and oh no, aliens come down, and he goes to save the town. That's the story.
Shout out to Fester, saving towns.
It's just a weird concept. There's also like there are actually a couple of like Addams Family games also that were on the Nintendo. Just so many things. I remember a really horrible Rocky and Bullwinkle game a friend of mine had.
Oh,
and it was just so bad.
Sounds. I mean, just the concept sounds bad.
Yeah,
I'm not Rocky Bullwinkle guy, so.
Oh, dude, I am close enough to where that was kind of still relevant when I was a child, so I do remember that show. Yeah, no, I remember with that particular game, it was just kind of fun because it was a really broken game, and he had figured out some glitches, and that was like the most fun we had with it, was like going and doing weird stuff in the game with Rocky and Bullwinkle. Like,
I actually remember that game too.
Yeah, dude. Like, and that's the crazy thing about the Nintendo as well. Like, because even though like every kid couldn't play every game, it seemed like everyone knew or played all the same games.
Yeah.
It's
a pretty small. I mean, it was a small catalog comparatively, right? To today.
That's true. And
you could own every NES game conceivably.
You could. It would have been really expensive, especially back then, man. Like,
yeah, whereas
games were so expensive back then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just that for inflation. Yeah. They were expensive.
They're like $100.
There's another game I remember too playing. I don't know if anyone remembers this game. Maniac Mansion with the aliens in the mansion.
I've heard of it.
Yeah.
That game was crazy to play on the NES as a kid.
Maniac Mansion was actually kind of like your first survival horror game, but like an RPG.
Yeah. It was so cool.
Yeah. Or is that the adventure game? I'm thinking of something else. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's like a meteorite falls behind a mansion, and then you go in there. It's like text dialogues and everything, and you have to. It is like an RPG. You kind of have to like navigate through.
Yeah, that was like a quick adventure game. That was a LucasArts theme game.
Was it?
Oh,
Was it
man,
Luke? I don't know who made it, but I just remember that like deep
it's
in my
LucasArts game.
core memory. That's crazy. It
It's
was such a well-made game too.
LucasArts used to make really cool stuff other than just like Star Wars
They
shit.
did. Yeah, they definitely did.
It's just that they got to use
talking about Star
Wars.
Wars games. Oh my god, they were so hard. They were so hard to beat. Oh my god.
Yeah, there weren't too many on the NES. There was like one or two. I think most Star Wars games really came out more on the Super Nintendo.
Yeah,
I believe there's like a whole collection we can talk about here in a minute. But yeah, I don't think I have much more to say about the NES. It was a really big part of my childhood.
Huge part of mine as well. Always a whole.
Never had one.
It is what made me fall in love with the entire Nintendo ecosystem. You know, I also had an Atari 2600. I didn't say that was like my first console, but because it wasn't really, even though we had it prior to the NES. The NES is truly my first console, though. I would have to say for
me. It's just I do remember actually playing the Atari 2600, so I just said
me too. I do too, but I don't really count it.
But yeah, the Nintendo was actually my first. But yeah, so let's go ahead and move on to the next thing. So we're gonna kind of switch things up because just kind of make things a bit tight. We did actually omit something here for this particular area of gaming, and that is the Master System from Sega. That was their 8-bit console. But we're gonna go and jump to the Genesis because the Genesis came out. And we did it on purpose. Genesis does what Nintendo don't.
That's the only thing I know about the Genesis. I know nothing.
The marketing.
The
marketing machine was hard for the Genesis.
The marketing was hardcore 90s.
Yeah, I've never even seen one of these up close.
This is not even the first. This isn't even the first rendition of the console. This is a like revision.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying we're kind of keeping these in the same kind of generation along with the Super Nintendo, just because we're going to start off with the Nintendo no matter what. But this came out in 1989. And that's kind of part of Genesis' problems or Sega's problems when it came to like hardware and stuff. Because I don't think the Master System was out that long before this came out. So they really tried hard most of the time to really leap ahead in technology, which was cool, but it hurt them in the long run. But the Genesis, man, a little close to my heart. I was a Sega kid during the playground arguments and everything. I was a Genesis kid. I did not have a Super Nintendo, and I remember whenever I was
sides.
But the thing is too is like I got to choose of what console I wanted. I wanted a Genesis or I wanted a Super Nintendo because when I was getting this for a Christmas present, it wasn't just my parents' money that was being used. They used the birthday money that was saved up from when I was a kid to pay for it. So I partially paid for
they dipped into the college fund.
No,
like, boy, we're gonna send you to college on this. But
it was just like birthday money. It was just like birthday money. But yeah, I basically paid almost half of for my Sega console. So it was kind of big to me because I partially bought it. It was mostly mine. Like it was my money. So it was packaged with Sonic 2. Hell yeah, Sonic 2. It's probably like the best Sonic game. People say Sonic Knuckles, meh.
No, Sonic 2, hands down.
Sonic 2 is probably
no
like
argument. Peak, exactly.
Yeah, I played a lot of that. Played a lot of Mortal Kombat because that was the machine to play Mortal Kombat on. Other than Nintendo, except Nintendo actually.
Wait a second. Better. Hello? I was gonna say that is not true. Other than the blood part, but
yeah,
it sucked on the Genesis.
You gotta have the blood.
No, see, when you had the arguments on the playground, the blood was the selling
the biggest thing because like the Super Nintendo it had sweat coming off their bodies instead of
green puke sweat.
That's worse.
Yeah, right. It's grosser in a way.
Sweat is worse. Like that's
it's
more
like
likely
to green
to vomit
from
if I punch someone and a bunch of sweat comes off of them. It's like, ew. Right? If I punch them and blood comes out, I'm like, hell yeah.
The biggest problem though between those versions, between Genesis and Super Nintendo's Mortal Kombat, was the controller. So
that was the biggest issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when Mortal Kombat 1 came out, that was the console to play it on. That was like a console pusher or console seller for them. Again, you had all the Sonic games. It was actually a really big sports game machine for people. Like most sports games came out on the Super Nintendo. They had like the most licenses was like NHL. They had like Madden that they had licensed for them. I think they actually had MLB licensed through them. like just
Sega always had the
almost,
sports behind them.
yeah, they always did. And what was cool about when this first came out as well is that this was the closest thing you had to like, an arcade machine in your home. Because in this era of gaming, arcades reigned supreme. Computers kind of a little bit, but it was the arcades where it was at. That's where you saw like all the real innovation, like crazy graphics and like crazy sprites, animations, and everything. Yep. But with the Genesis, that was the closest you got first. Oh man, I can't remember
the Genesis music chip, hands down, amazing.
It's a good one. I do feel
Genesis
like
music
better
in games,
in the Super Nintendo, but it has its own.
It had a very distinct sound.
Yes, you know it's just
and
like
I liked it. Very bassy. It was like very bassy.
Yeah. Good stuff.
I was a bass player, by the way, so that's why I like it.
Oh, yeah. Makes a lot of sense.
Oh no, but yeah, Genesis. It was there, and again, it was the first 16-bit machine on the market as well. So again, this is the second rendition.
That's true as well.
The Genesis. It was called something else. It was the Master Drive, I think, or Mega Drive. It was the Mega Drive.
Mega Drive. Yes, in Europe and Australia and Japan. Yeah,
it was the Mega Drive. But they called it
when America still got weird marketing differences and localization differences that were just wild.
That still happens to an extent, just not as much.
I
played all the Mortal Kombats. I played the weird Chikad game. I can't remember the name of that game. I didn't really play any sports, but yeah, I was really big into Sonic. It was happy times having the Sega Genesis for me. Did you have any experience with that, Zai?
Yeah, I mean, I was the Super Nintendo kid on my block. My neighbor was the Sega Genesis kid on the block.
Okay.
But we just traded blows every week. Like, we go to Blockbuster. This is the game we're gonna, Super Nintendo would
buy it at 1 a.m. and fire a few shots at the house, drive off, screech tires.
You guys understand the culture rules were real.
Well, it was when Kai was saying like this is the stuff we would argue on the playgrounds, that's like not even hyperbole. That's exactly like we had to choose sides. So like me and my friend had to be diplomatic because we were on different sides of the gaming divide, but at the same time we would play on each other's systems, and we would go to Blockbuster and we'd get whatever the hottest game was at the time. And I remember Sonic 2, I just remember being blown away. Like, the marketing behind Sega with the blast processing and how fast that game was, you didn't know what the fuck they were talking about, but you were like, yes, this is it. What I'm seeing is the blast of the processing. This is the blast of the processing. Right? It is happening. It's so blast. Yeah. It is so blast. Such blast. Wow. Like, it was incredible at the time in the 90s to see that. The color palette, too, was really vibrant.
It was 256, wasn't it?
I think it is, yes.
The Super Nintendo actually had like more for its palette for colors, but it was still a lot for a console at that time.
And you could just very much tell the difference in like program, the just how different it was to program for like a Sega Genesis over a Super Nintendo. Super Nintendo was way more refined. It had a higher pixel density resolution, had the Super FX chip, a lot of different things. Whereas the Sega Genesis, for what it was, and the software that was catered to it, like the arcade style games like Kai was talking about, and like Sonic, those things were huge primary drivers. And tied into the marketing so well. But obviously we know what Sega wound up doing later on by just keep adding and adding and adding and adding and throwing out as much shit on the wall as possible, and it eventually led to
had a hardware
downfall.
Problem. And it was we'll get more into that closer towards when they're just non-existent when it comes to hardware. But the one thing I wanted to kind of just pick up on where you talked about like the blast processing, because that was like part of their marketing. That was a really interesting term that they decided to like focus on, which was really brilliant actual marketing and everything for what they did. But they picked that up from actually programmers, from having to do stuff with this particular chipset, like in the machine and everything, and like how they could like program with it and interact with it, with what they were doing for the games. And like, oh man, whenever you have to do this, we call it blast processing because it just goes like so quick. And so it was technically a programming term what blast processing was and they turned into a marketing term.
It just translated so well for what we were seeing on the screen at the time. Seeing graphics like that was not a thing. You did not see, like, even Super Mario 3 and even Super Mario World, I mean, still does not match the perception that Sonic 2 was when it came out on the Genesis. It was crazy.
Yeah, it was a big leap forward for that franchise in general, but also, like, again, it was super fast. Like, dude, I played that game so much, but also, again, like I said, it was the first game I got because it was packaged with it, and poor. So only got some like games every so often, like birthday and Christmas. So
it was an amazing pack-in game. It made the system so valuable, in my opinion. It was a great system seller, system mover. So you know, they had something going on. They had magic in a bottle there.
They did, and they squandered so much of that. But but yeah, why? But yeah, so yeah, I got any final thoughts on the Genesis there?
Yeah, no, I mean, the only thing I'll say is, like, I love the Genesis for what it was. I thought, you know, I was still a fervent, diehard Nintendo loyalist at the time. But I will say, a few games in my mind that just come off to the pop off, you know, off the top of my head initially is Sonic 2, the Jurassic Park games. Obviously, all the fighting games like Mortal Kombat was much more realistic and had the coolness factor. There was a much more a higher coolness factor with having the Genesis. The Game Gear. I know we're not going to bring that one up, but the Game Gear also had that same type of thing. It had the color screen.
That will be for another episode.
Yeah, that will be another episode. But at the same time, like, Sega really just knew how to make this system look and sound cool, and that marketing that they did really aligned with what we were seeing at the time. So we just ate it up. It was pure awesomeness.
We did. And my final thing on that with like the marketing is that not only was it like they had great marketing, it was also presented as like, oh, the teenager adult console, the grown-up console, or the kiddie console.
That
Super Nintendo.
That is what started that is what started distincting Nintendo as being more for, you know, kids, children, essentially. And that lived on for a long time.
Yeah, but before we move on, though, that would have been a perfect segue. But I don't. What do you have to say, Villain? Do you have any experience with the Genesis by any chance?
I've never seen one of these ever in my life.
Outside you said it earlier.
Like, outside of photos, I've never touched one, never played one. The only we'll get into it. The only Sega console I've ever played is the Dreamcast, and so.
Okay. I'm just going to reply to Danny in chat. She said the Aladdin Lion King games on the Genesis. I was going to mention those. So those deserve honorable mentions because those were superior to the Nintendo games. They were. So thank you, Danny, for pointing that out.
Very well made. Thank you. That's good shout out. But all right, let's go ahead and move into the Super Nintendo that came out.
All right, we're moving on to the Super
the first one I've really played. The first one I have anything at all to say. This
is another special one in my.
Since you've been out of the conversation, Villain, why don't you go ahead and go start first?
So I never had one of these either. We were too poor, and like I was a small child as well. But like I think the same person who had the NES had one of these. And this was basically my Mario 3 box when I would go over there because they had that All Stars collection or whatever, and it had. And I played the fuck out of that. I played Mario 3 on repeat. I don't know why I like that game so much, but I played that. And then we raced
arguably the best Mario game, Super Mario Brothers 3.
Yeah, I played Mario 3. I played Mario Kart. Super Mario World. Those were kind of the big three for me on that. But I just played them anytime I'd go over there because my aunt would babysit me and my brothers, and so we would be over there all through the summer, and that's most of what I did. Just sit there and I played Super Nintendo, and it was really just mainly those three games. There were some other ones that might remind me, but those are the big three that I played: Mario Kart, Mario World, and then the Mario 3. So
gotcha. Well, hell yeah. Well, at least you had some more experience with this one finally.
Yeah, it was intermittent, but
gotcha. Yeah, and the games you mentioned there, all great staples. Super Nintendo. I do have some pretty fond memories of that. So, when my sister was in high school, her boyfriend, basically through high school, he let me borrow his Super Nintendo that he had as a kid. He had a bunch of games and stuff. So that's kind of where I got more of my experience with Super Nintendo, other than going like friends' houses and playing stuff with that. But dude, so just like the Genesis, just like so many things that started on the Super Nintendo, like Donkey Kong Country. And
just Sim City on here.
Damn, I forgot about that franchise. That was a Super Nintendo franchise.
Yeah, Donkey Kong Country, dude. Like I remember
that was the beautiful blossom of Rareware.
Yeah, that's when they started blossoming. Actually, that's when they started thriving. Became a second party developer. And I actually never played any of the other Donkey Kong Country games. I've only played one. I played it a bunch, but I've only played one, and I've heard 2 is the best out of the 3. And I don't have any reference. So if they say that, I'm like, okay, I can't argue. But I really like 1. And in Super Mario World was like really, really fun. I played the shit out of Super Mario World. Played Zelda, A Link to the Past. That's what actually made me start getting into Zelda games, was A Link to the Past.
I did play Yoshi's Island, but I thought it was trash. So.
Yeah, I did
not like that game at all.
I was like, no, thank you. But the funny thing is, though, is that like, as much as I hated like the look of that game as a kid, I appreciate more now on a technical level and its aesthetic as an adult, because it's really impressive what they did with that game, and it has very crisp sprites and backgrounds and everything, especially for a Super Nintendo game. But yeah, there was the good old Zelda. There was Killer Instinct. They got that's so good. Good old Killer Instinct. So much fun. It's what we kind of made me want to start playing fighting games.
But that didn't get released until like actually I would even argue like past its lifespan.
It was like later on, because that was an arcade machine.
And it was Killer Instinct was supposed to be the killer app for the Ultra 64.
Ultra 64. That was the code name for the 64.
Well, it wasn't even a code name. They actually were marketing as the Ultra 64 for quite a while in the mid 90s until they just said, you know what, this is it just was weird, and they just went N64, which was once again the right choice for them.
It was a good move. But yeah, I'm pretty sure there's some other games like, again, I also played the Super Mario Bros. All Stars as well. It was fun playing the old Mario games and 16-bit graphics and all of that.
They were new for me at the time.
Yeah, right. For me, they were old but new.
It's a great compilation.
It is. And also, if you had the World and All Stars comp or cartridge, that was like the one you wanted, because it had all of those games.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm pretty sure there's some games I'm forgetting. Oh yeah, there was Castlevania 4 that was really good. Then there were God, I'm probably forgetting about so many games.
I might have played Castlevania. I don't know. Again, I was really young. I was playing.
I gotcha.
But I just had like a stack of games, and I would just pick one out and go play it.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's just kind of how it was with whenever I got, I borrowed that Super Nintendo from my sister's boyfriend. But yeah, that's kind of pretty much all of that for me. Again, I had a lot of it when I was like a young teenager. I played those games by myself. I probably had the console, going to friends' houses and playing, Super Nintendo. It's pretty much, my experience with it. But Zai, you were the Super Nintendo owner. You had all the Nintendo games.
Yep. I distinctively remember I was this had to have been, I want to say 94. My brother came home from Christmas from working at Caldor during his Christmas shift, and it was like Christmas Eve or whatever, and he came home with the Super Nintendo, F-Zero, Street Fighter 2,
nice.
And Mortal Kombat. So 2 fighting games and F-Zero. And I remember
and of course
being so excited.
Packaged in.
No, mine did not. I did not get Super Mario World packaged. Nope, mine did not have the packing game. So this, I don't know what bundle. I don't even think it was a bundle. I think he bought the system standalone and then the game separately. I don't remember exactly how it went down, but I do remember I did not have Super Mario. We got that later.
Okay.
So yeah, that was not a packing game. I don't know when you got yours, what year you got yours, but mine was probably a good halfway through the generation's life cycle at that point. But yeah, I remember those 3 games.
After.
I remember being blown away by F-Zero.
And then I played that too. I didn't like racing games, but it was so different and futuristic and
it was so different.
Like, it was so cool.
I still play F-Zero 99 to this day. Forever an F-Zero fan, franchise fan because of that game. But yeah, the Super Nintendo just had banger after banger. The Super Nintendo is also
Mario Kart. That's where Mario Kart started.
Yeah, see, like those are not the games that I mean, I played them with my friends because they were cool multiplayer games, but like for me personally, the Super Nintendo was this console that got me into RPGs. JRPGs specifically. Super Mario RPG was my first JRPG I ever played. And I remember I borrowed the cartridge from my friend who had beaten it. And he told me to try it. I tried it. I was absolutely hooked. And the game just took so long to beat. It was,
right.
I think it's like a 20-hour game, but back then for a kid, it's like, whoa, a 20-hour game. That's wild.
Right.
But yeah, every day we'd talk on the bus about like, oh, I'm up to this point in the game. I have to do this. It was like all the, the bus talk that we'd have and the playground chats about like, oh, I'm up to this boss. Like, and I keep dying. What do I have to do? Oh, there's this strategy. You have to hit this person behind him. And it was like a crazy experience. And I was forever hooked on JRPGs after that. And then obviously I got into Chrono Trigger, other games on the Super Nintendo. So the Super Nintendo for me personally is the console that gave me, the love that birthed my love of JRPGs and stuff. But that system is a lot of things to a lot of different people because like obviously it had F-Zero, Mario Kart, all these amazing
Star Fox
IPs, Star Fox, Metroid, Super Mario World, like all these other games, and those were not even the games that I actually enjoyed the most on that system. So that was kind of like my experience with it.
I still haven't found a Mario game I like 3, but
3 is my favorite Mario game. I actually personally like it over Super Mario World, but I know people have fought with me on that. That's probably a debate we have to have one day.
That's a big debate that still happens between some of my friends. We'll just sometimes be on have a group chat with like, you know what? Super Mario Brothers 3 is better than World.
It is. It just is.
I do agree.
As one of 3 games I played on the SNES, I know.
I go back and forth on those games because like I have a lot of memories with World and actually like figuring out all the different secrets and finding stuff. There's actually a secret I didn't know is actually called the Top Secret Place that I didn't know existed until like I was an adult.
Yesterday.
I was like, holy shit, I'm like in my 20s and then that's a thing. All right, cool. But yeah, big debate between 3 and Super Mario World. It's really hard to say which one it is.
It's not hard. Just say 3.
But they're both very, very good.
It's one syllable. Just say it. 3.
I like 3 a lot. I usually probably go more to 3 because I played it more than World. It's just a fun game to go back and play.
I always feel like 3 has, even though there's no story really, I feel like just like fighting the smaller Koopas and the small little skirmishes is just so much more peak than whatever World has going on for it.
Well, that was kind of new too, like going through something like that in progression and having like a board where you've picked levels and everything. So yeah, just
like saving all the castles and the thing, the little wand that you got to get. It was just like so much more. And not only that, it was like a play. It just felt so more theatrical. Yeah. I don't know. Just feels like more a complete package.
Right. But yeah. So with the RPG aspect you're talking about, it's interesting that console was yours to start you on your RPG adventure. Like again, I played Zelda, but that's more of like an adventure game or action adventure game in a sense. But I didn't get into RPGs until like later on. And that's when I started playing games like that. And I went back and played like, the older RPGs that people told me to play, and I did that. Although I didn't play Final Fantasy VI
I did that
for a very long time. I didn't play that until like a couple of years ago when they came up with the Pixel remaster.
That's crazy. Yeah, I played all that shit back in the 90s, and
it was a special Final Fantasy 3 at that time because they were really weird about numbering and releasing stuff in America.
Yes. I think though for me, I think I played a ROM hack of Final Fantasy 6 emulated.
Really?
Chrono Trigger. I also think I didn't get a physical copy for. I don't think I could afford it.
Gotcha. Yeah, well, I mean,
so I might have done unethical emulation back in
1998. Some of those games in for Super Nintendo were really expensive, and it was just because of like chip shortages and stuff.
Yeah,
because that was like the biggest thing about
Earthbound too, another expensive cartridge. They were all expensive.
Yeah, because that was like the biggest difference between Sega and Nintendo's technology is that Sega primarily worked with the hardware that was in the console itself. Nintendo made new chips for the cartridges in certain games to have them run certain ways.
Super FX chip. Yep.
Mm-hmm. So that's like what made a big difference in like Super Nintendo games, because sometimes it'll be like $70 for a game.
I know.
That time I was like 100, or now times for inflation like $140.
And that shit got worse as they went to the Nintendo 64. So
yeah, they sure did. But yeah, I think that's pretty much all my experiences with the good old SNES. Guys, anything else to say?
Yeah, it was just an amazing system, and it was and it solidified, in my opinion, because Nintendo really was leaving that generation. What do we consider as third generation console? I forget exactly what the
it's like fourth or fifth technically, because it's weird.
Okay, all right. Either way, it felt like Nintendo would be on top, and it felt like Nintendo's next system was the safe bet. But I guess we'll find out.
We say that, but the Genesis actually had a huge lead over Super Nintendo.
Not at the end of the console life cycle, though.
At the beginning, it did.
At the beginning, yes, they were kind of making Nintendo eat their lunch, but
they also came out like 3 years ahead of them with the 16-bit system.
Mm-hmm.
So they had
Nintendo
that time to
steadily took over though, and left that era, that generation with a clear lead, and it was like whatever Nintendo follows up with is going to be a massive, massive success. But I guess that's a segue into the what we couldn't have predicted what would happen in the mid 90s.
Yeah, a lot of stuff happened. So we'll go ahead and just start with kind of what started all of this generation was the Saturn. Sega Saturn. That was the system after the Genesis, but to give you a little bit more of a breakdown, because we kind of talked about it or touched on it a little bit with the Genesis, but Sega had like a really, really bad hardware issue. This came out in 1995. So it's a long time since they came out with the Genesis that was in 1989. But with the Genesis itself, they tried to do so many things. They had like the Sega CD, then there was like the 32X, and then they thought the 32X was going to be such a great, awesome thing that they were going to have a different system in between the Genesis and the Saturn called the Neptune, and it was a standalone 32X. But they saw that the 32X wasn't selling very well. I remember picking one of those up as a kid for $20 from a retail store. It was
they were heavily discounted.
Yeah, so that's started the folly of Sega with their hardware, and they didn't do any better with the Saturn, unfortunately. They shadow dropped the Saturn at a CES show.
Oof.
Yeah. They just shadow dropped it. No marketing or anything, no build up, no hype. They're like, oh, we got this and it's really cool. And guess what? It's available today in the stores, guys. And I was like, okay. That's how that went. But the Saturn was an interesting machine. There were some pretty good games that came out with it, and some franchises that actually can continue on today in some form or fashions. I have mostly experience with the Saturn through a friend who owned one. Like, dude, I actually remember as a kid I remember being like, I was like, I think he was a dick for doing this. It was like Christmas, and like, again, more poor. His parents were in the medical field, so yeah, they were more well off than me. I remember like Christmas morning, he called me. He was like, I got a second Saturn. My dad's hooking up right now. I gotta talk to you later. Bye. I'm like, well, that was kind of a crappy thing to do.
Man, there's always that fucking kid. Like, he calls you and you're just like, just take that peasant. You broke ass motherfucker. You poor ass piece of shit.
But I liked it that I got to play it. So the Saturn was a pretty cool little piece of hardware. It was interesting because like it actually had 2 chipsets in there that was more for one was more for the 3D end and one was more for the 2D aspect, because Sega really went more into thinking like, oh, really big, high quality sprites are going to be it, more sprite animation and all that. That's going to be the future of gaming. They were wrong. Although it was capable of doing 3D, it was more spec'd for 2D animations or like 2D games and stuff, which there were a fair share of those on there. But there were also a lot of 3D games. And my personal experiences, remember playing 3D games. One of the first 3D fighting games was Virtua Fighter. That weird ass
I remember that
polygon looking shit was oh man, it was such a weird fighting game. Like I remember being so floaty when you jumped in that game. It took like 5 seconds to come out of the air. It was weird, but it was fun. And again, it was the first like 3D fighting game that was for a home console. And like
we forgave so much with 3D graphics when they first came out. We didn't give a shit.
Yeah, no.
By today's standards, none of this would be acceptable. But back then, we were like, "Whoa, this is crazy."
Well, it is acceptable if you do it as like aesthetic choice, but as yeah. But at the time, it was like groundbreaking. It was like, holy crap! Look, did you see that guy? Look how real that guy looks. I'm like 5 polygons.
I know. Yeah, I do this all the time with like Nintendo 64 games where it's like we thought these were peak graphics. It couldn't get better, and like it's like 4 polygons.
Right. But yeah, no. So I played a lot of Virtua Fighter. I remember playing. I never got to play the full version of Nights into Dreams, but I was really super interested in that game because it was just so different. I remember playing the demo of that game like over and over and over at that same friend's house. And it was an interesting demo. You had like 2 different levels. You played one as the boy and one as the girl, and it was such a cool scene. And you got to like again just fly around in this weird course, and it was all 3D. It was just a really spectacular to look at and play, and it had like a lot of speed aspect behind it because it was also made by Takeshi. I don't think it's Takeshi. Wrong name. Anyway, it was made by the same guy that made Sonic. So
he's in prison, or he was. Go ahead.
Yeah, he had some
tax problems.
Yep. He made that game. And they didn't have a Sonic game on the Saturn for a really, really long time, actually. The closest thing they had to it was Sega CD that they ported from, or Sonic CD that they ported from the Genesis. But they also had Panzer Dragoon as a game. And that was always a really fun game to play.
Oh, Panzer Dragoon. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Panzer Dragoon.
Oh,
Panzer Dragoon. But yeah, it was a really cool game right there. You just find dragons, and it was basically like a shmup but with dragons, and you had to actually like dodge stuff and everything. And that game, like, it's really sad about the Panzer Dragoon franchise because it all
like most Sega franchises.
Yeah, it all lived on the Saturn, and they never did anything else with it past the Saturn. They made a remake of Panzer Dragoon that they made a few years back, but that franchise has just basically been dormant. But it also might not be the same because the creator isn't there anymore. But that was a really big leap in gaming for as well in general with that game specifically, or that franchise and series. But yeah, those are basically all the games I pretty much played on the Sega Saturn. Again, there wasn't a lot of games that for whatever my friend didn't get, even though he was more well off than me. but those are the games I remember playing specifically. And I went to his house quite often, so I played those games a lot. And they were fun, and I enjoyed it. It was good times. But Zai, do you have any experiences with the Saturn? Are you?
Sorry, bro. I have zero experiences with the Saturn. I have not played. Yeah, beautiful. I did not own it. I did not really get a chance to play it. None of my friends had it. I knew of it. Wow. But at that time, I was nothing but hype for N64. So
of course, and like everybody else,
I was reading magazines, Electronic Gaming Monthly, Nintendo Power, going to like all the supermarkets every week when my family would go food shopping, and I'd be reading all the rumors about Ultra 64 gonna have the most life graphics. It's gonna have like the engine is gonna be insane. Like this is gonna be another level, another dimension of game. Like I was so bought into the hype, bro. It was insane. I couldn't. There's just like nothing that could stop me from like getting this Nintendo, whatever the next Nintendo system would be. So
yeah, and it was probably like that for a lot of people too, because not only we'll segue into this for the next thing, because in that same year, not only did we get the Saturn that was just shadow dropped, but we got the PlayStation. Came out at the same time. And the same CES show as well. because since Sega was like, hey, we got this new console, it's $299, guys, go buy it. It's great. The Saturn, go buy it. It's available now. PlayStation didn't even have much of a presentation. Sony went up there and said $199 and left. And that was history. And the PlayStation took off.
That is literally fucking history right there.
Mm-hmm.
That was like a game-changing moment in gaming history.
Yeah, it was. And it's still memeable today. It's like $199, walks off the stage.
Yeah, that was a really powerful moment. Good. Yeah.
It was. And PlayStation, I have also a lot of experience with PlayStation. Zai or Villain again, I know you've been having to be quiet through most of these because
we're still not quite there.
We're getting there. We're getting there. Yeah. We're getting there.
But did you have any experience with the PlayStation?
Yeah, again, we're not quite to any console that I've ever owned yet. But this was another one. My uncle would come visit us every so often, and he had one, and he'd bring it every time, and that's about the only time I got to play one of these. But I really liked Gran Turismo on it, and then I really liked. Was Twisted Metal on this one?
Yeah,
I think it was. Yeah, yeah. I played the fuck out of some Twisted Metal.
Hell yeah.
And then I'm scrolling through the games now to see if I remember anything else. Oh yeah, Tony Hawk. I played the fuck out of that.
Hell yeah, Tony Hawk.
He had that. He had, like I said, definitely Gran Turismo. I remember that one the most because I was just blown away by like I can race in this game, and it's all like 3D and so even though there were no sticks yet. Yeah, I think I want to say it was mainly those three. Maybe a hockey game.
Okay.
I think he had. But I really love Twisted Metal. Like I thought Twisted Metal was the apex of video games at the time. Because again, this was, I mean, I was like a little kid. I was a small little lad because a lot of the stuff that we've talked about, I played it really late or even after its lifespan. It was just like an old one that someone had because it was like before my time. And this one was just, I mean, I was like 6 years old, I think, maybe 5 or something. And like Twisted Metal, I just remember that. I remember the little car that did the tornado. That was my shit.
Yeah.
I ran around just making tornadoes with him.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, it was again, just like these other ones, it was this real have time to like sit down and you know, appreciate the full kind of breadth of the experience. But
I gotcha. So. Well, at least you had some more experiences with this console as well. I know. And we'll get to your era soon, sir.
N64. I got a lot to say about the N64.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, we have to talk about the PlayStation first for sure.
Yeah, we're almost there though. But yeah, so
I fucking hated the PlayStation.
Oh, you're a hater? You're a hater?
I fucking hated it. Dude,
why do you hate it so much?
This system,
it was the enemy.
It was not only the enemy, but the enemy was winning. So I felt like I felt like this system was a crushing weight on my soul. Just seeing it invoked. Yes, guys. It did. I actually have console war PTSD from this era. This is my era of console PTSD. I hated the fucking PlayStation so much. I hated, and the thing is, I didn't really hate it. I only hated it because it wasn't my side. I was so jealous that people were having fun with, Metal Gear Solid.
How dare you have fucking fun?
Oh my god, idiot. Dude! I was so pressed. I was so jealous. I was so enraged. You know, I'm like hitting puberty. I'm like, I don't know, maybe 11, 12, 13 years old, something around that.
TMI, homie.
So I was so invested.
I was blooming.
So like it was part of my personality. It was like part of who I was, you know, because I was such a Nintendo enthusiast, and to see PlayStation win, to see PlayStation do so well, hurt. It hurt to some fundamental primal level in my psyche. That I still don't think I fully recovered from.
I didn't know Sony hurt you that bad, man. Yeah. Jesus.
Man. No, Sony definitely hurt me pretty bad. It came out of nowhere. I did later on after, I think probably after I did own a PS2. So when we get to that, that's when my love for PlayStation started to become an actual thing. So
wow.
So I had to go through the 7 stages of grief. I had to go through the 7 stages of grief with how that whole era of the console war ended, and then obviously, I came to terms with things. But yeah, so that was basically my thing with PlayStation 1.
Hilarious.
Absolutely fucking hated it. Hated it.
You just hated it. Never played anything.
Never played it. Never owned it. Never played it. Never owned it. I would spit at it. In its presence. I would. Patoo. It was blasphemy. It was heresy. So.
Wow. Damn. Again, I wasn't as heavy into the whole console war, man. I just played video games. I didn't care. Whatever it was. I was really super into video games.
It was part of me. So it was very hard to. Yes, it was. I was. It was like you really were in the trenches of the console wars. The console wars back then were a real thing. You can literally look back at posts in forums from the 90s and see the hatred and vitriol between PlayStation Nintendo fans.
You still can though, to be fair. Like it's some of that Twitter shit, it gets pretty fucking wild.
Yeah. I mean we still have it today, like PlayStation fanboys and exploits. But okay, well, I guess I'm gonna be the most talking about PlayStation then. Shit, man. I was the poorest of the bunch, but no.
I guarantee you we were just as poor.
I apparently had a lot more
super poor.
Well, I wasn't bored yet for a lot of these. That was the thing. So I was born for this, but not quite.
Right. Oh, okay. Well, so PlayStation has a big place in my heart. I played a ton of PlayStation games, a lot of them, and just to kind of talk about or get a little bit of a throwback from the last section with the Super Nintendo and everything. I didn't get my love for RPGs until the PlayStation because of Final Fantasy VII. Final Fantasy VII.
I was so jealous.
I bet you were, because they're like, "Oh, you're going to that cartridge Nintendo? We're going to
when they announced Final Fantasy was going to PlayStation, I almost had a nervous breakdown. So let's just put it at that.
What's crazy about that is that Square actually had a tech demo of Final Fantasy VI.
I know, and I saw screenshots of that tech demo in a magazine in the 90s, and I lost my mind. And then it didn't happen. And
because the PlayStation
felt empty for years.
What they wanted to do. Oh no!
I felt like a hollow.
My franchise has left me.
Yeah, it was, dude. Having Square leave Nintendo as a third-party developer was a
really big thing.
It hurt. It hurt bad. It hurt.
I bet it did. Yeah, but yeah, I was like living like a hog, dude, playing that Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah, we did not live the same experiences in the 90s
and
when it
I'm
came
the
to
Southern
that, for
gentleman.
Sure. Yeah, no, I really enjoy.
I don't see her say shit like living like a hog. Fuck out of here with that shit.
Yeah, but no, I was lucky to be able to get a PlayStation. It was used. It was sold secondhand, but I got to play a lot of games. And Final Fantasy VII was a game that got me into RPGs. I really enjoyed those. Of course, Metal Gear Solid was great to play. I played that game so many times. Yeah, you keep on being jelly, buddy.
Man, that game was. When I played that game later on, I was blown away. I was so jealous. Yeah. That game was so amazing. So amazing.
It was very cinematic. I mean, that's what Kojima was going for. He wanted to make like an action game, or action movie, but for a game, and it played out a lot like an action movie. It was very cinematic, and was one of the most cinematic games at the time.
Super invested in that story too.
Oh yeah, me too, dude. Like it made me a Kojima fan.
Same.
I played Metal Gear Solid like 5-6 times in a row. It was so good. But that was mostly what I played. But again, there was also the Final Fantasy games, like Final Fantasy VIII, Final Fantasy IX. Played all those on the PlayStation when they first came out. Wasn't the biggest fan of 9, but I enjoyed 8 quite more. Played Twisted
Metal. It gets no love anymore. It gets no love anymore.
Doesn't. But it has one of the most interesting battle systems out of all of them, to be honest. It's so broken and easy.
It does.
When you break it, that's when it's fun. But yeah, that's pretty much mostly my experience with the PlayStation. Just the Final Fantasy games and Metal Gear Solid. But of course, the Tony Hawk games. Oh, dude, played the shit out of some Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1 and 2. Tony Hawk 2 being peak Tony Hawk. Right around with
I like Tony Hawk a lot.
It was a fun arcade game, fun skating game. it made what skating games tried to be after that, because before that, skateboard games were like weird controls, dude. They were just stiff and didn't work well.
Yeah.
But at that time, Neversoft, they actually like they kind of cracked the code of like making a really fun arcadey sport, like extreme sports game. Because a lot of other, like, because they got BMX, there are actually some surfing games too. They're were built off the Tony Hawk engine.
Nice.
Yeah, but yeah, that's pretty much for my experience with the PlayStation. Fun times.
I just realized something.
Tell me more. What's that?
I don't have a PS2 image.
Come on, man. Just do the PS1 and mark a 2 over it.
Hold on.
Just write a 2 over it.
Did I?
But are we going into that one next, or are we going into a different system?
No, he's probably gonna go to Dreamcast next, right? Probably.
Dreamcast would be the next one, right?
No, let's just go with 64. I'll
okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna let Villain start off with the N64. So
yeah. Also, I mean that does go in line because it was released in '96. So yeah, go ahead, Villain, since you have a lot more experience with the 64.
Okay, so the N64, that was the first console I ever owned. And I only owned it because we were also because the thing is through a lot of this early, I had a Game Boy, and so that was basic, but we're not talking about handhelds today. So little young Villain was playing on a Game Boy for most of his days, early days of life and seeing the world. But my a kid of a friend, of my mom's friend, was getting, I think he was getting a PS2 actually. And he just gave me his N64 and this like stack of games that was just, I mean, this huge stack of games. He was a spoiled rich kid. He was that friend that you were going on about earlier, and he had this huge stack of games. So I got the N64 and I just sat down with that stack of games and played through a lot of them. Of course, Mario 64 sticks out.
Right.
There was one of my favorite games for the N64 is actually a Mission Impossible game. Like I fucking loved that game. Yeah, I loved that game. Yeah, there was because it had so many different kind of missions. Although there was one level where you're going down a tube and there's all these lasers that you have to swing between. I fucking hated that level. But there was one that I loved. It was actually very reminiscent of like the new Hitman games. Where they had like the face changer. And so basically they had this big party and you had to I don't remember the objective honestly, but you had to basically, you could pick anyone in that party and take them into a bathroom and knock them out and
take their
take their identity.
I remember this mission. Oh my god.
Yeah. Yep. And I fucking loved that mission. And then later on,
that game was kind of cool. It was a little disastrous, but it was a fun game.
Yeah, it was awesome. I loved it as a kid. And then Pokemon Coliseum, I played the fuck out of Pokemon Coliseum.
I have a lot of memories with that game.
Yeah, Pokemon Coliseum, dude. That was me and my brothers. We would settle debates on Coliseum. That's how shit would go down.
Oh, those you go to settle arguments.
That is awesome.
Let's go battle it out.
That is the way things need to be handled today.
If we didn't do fights, we did
throw down some Coliseum.
So with the Coliseum, did you have to use the preloaded stuff, or were you always able to have a Game Boy cartridge? Because there was an attachment that came with that game for Game Boy games.
Yeah, I think we had the attachment. The guy had everything.
Okay,
I think we had that. Yeah, he was a spoiled kid. He had fucking everything. But yeah, I loved that. Ocarina of Time was really good. I mean, just all the hits, really. The Mission Impossible one is kind of the weird one, but also wrestling games. I fucking loved the wrestling games on this bitch. There was one in particular, I don't remember which one it was, but it was basically a fucking wrestling RPG where it had the story mode was your typical.
It's one of the THQ WWF games for sure.
Yeah. You built your own wrestler. You went through. You had your intros. There's a story. You made choices throughout the story. It was dude would be in the back talking about your girl or something, and you'd be knock him out or let it go.
Wow.
Of course I'm knocking it out.
In one of those games, you could actually buy one of Godfather's hose for $500,000.
Yeah,
that's how crazy that shit was. The 90s was wild back then.
I loved those games so much, and you could you just went through this little story, and it gave you like choices to make, and it changed the outcome. And you could
I remember this too.
Yeah, it was.
This was either WrestleMania 2000 or Backlash.
That's pretty
amazing.
wild to hear. They had a game like that back then. That's
yeah,
dude,
like it was so good. And then of course Mario Kart. I mean,
all the staples.
I never liked Pokemon Snap. I always thought Pokemon Snap sucked. People love Snap, and I don't know why.
I have fond memories of Snap.
It's terrible. It's not great. Like I was really bored by it.
It was just like a fun little different thing.
Yeah, it seemed like by that time I was getting to be a little. We're about to go into my like Xbox original era, you know. But so I was just I played it. I was like, I don't know, this is kind of boring. My brother liked it a lot, but he was like 3 years younger than me, so.
Even if you don't like Pokemon Snap, you should look up the Pokemon Snap speedrunning community. That has a really interesting history to kind of go through and kind of fall into a rabbit hole with. But
I can't imagine being at the depths of depression where I would start speedrunning Pokemon Snap. Like, I don't want to know the headspace I would have to be in to wake up one day and decide this is what I want to do with my time. This right here.
I mean, it's still pretty interesting to see how
check it out.
Yeah, it's fun. But so any other major things for the console for you?
Fuck the controller. Even as a kid, I hated the controller.
It is a weird ass controller. I don't have 3 hands, Nintendo.
Yeah, as a kid, I was like, "What the fuck is this?"
How do you hold this?
I like the stick. The stick was cool. You know, it was like the first time I really had a joystick like that. At the time, I was playing Baldur's Gate 1 on the PC as well, which we're not talking about PC right now. So I was kind of getting into RPGs like over. Okay. And so I was kind of wanting something like that on the N64, but it just didn't really have it.
You only got Quest 64 and it was shit. It was such a bad game.
Yeah, but I mean, it was a really cool system. I liked it a lot. You know, Mario 64, of course, I played that on repeat. You know, got all the. I want to say I almost won it. I almost 100%ed it. Yeah. But I didn't quite get there. But
I always just got to like the 72 or 75 and was like, I'm done now. I never tried to get all of them.
Yeah. But it's like you said, I mean, when you're a poor kid, like, I mean, you know,
the games you play over and over and over.
That's what you have. You just have all the time in the world, so you can sit there. Like, there are times where I just would sit there and try to like glitch through the castle wall. Like, just see if I could, you know, like, fuck it.
Actually, you know, you probably weren't too far off because there are like a bunch of glitches in that game. Especially
I found a few.
Speedrunning community, but yeah. It's kind of can be pretty broken sometimes, but you have to do like very specific things for that game.
Yeah, but I would do levels again, do them in different ways and faster because you had time to do that. That's the thing I miss.
Right.
All these, you know, consoles and stuff, because it reminds me of a time when I just had all the time in the world to just sit there and like run Mario at a wall for an hour and just be like, oh, okay, well, I didn't do anything. I didn't waste my day.
Let's go on something else.
Yeah.
So any other things for you there, or is that pretty much
not off the top? No, not off the top.
All right. Well, I'm gonna throw it to Zykada because I have quite a bit to say. I feel like I've talked more than anybody else. So, what is? I know you got a lot to say, Zy, because
I'm gonna try to keep this concise because this system just invokes feelings in me.
Right.
The system doesn't really have anything software wise that I would argue was. Other than Super Mario 64 and Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, this system didn't really have anything. It's hard to explain that I had to defend every single piece of software on this fucking thing, including Quest 64. Okay,
I see what you're saying.
I have a very, very love-hate relationship with a lot of games on the Nintendo 64. I had a lot of fun with all the multiplayer games. Super Smash Brothers, Mario Kart, GoldenEye. Those games were great. Some of the first games that came out, like Turok and I think Duke Nukem was on there as well. Really cool. But at the end of the day, you just felt as the system aged, the generation was slipping away from Nintendo.
Yeah,
the system could not produce games on the level that PlayStation was doing because of the and we didn't really understand as kids that like, oh well, cartridges were just, you know, technologically inferior because they didn't have the capacity.
Yeah.
But but it was a huge blunder for Nintendo to choose that format for this generation, and it
at that time
kind of set them back like 2-3 generations. So
kind of did.
This was it was. So I don't want to talk about every single piece of software here in this generation, but this generation gave me insane trust issues with
really?
Women
with not with women. I actually kind of after this generation, I became a teenager and gaming became took more of a back seat in my life.
Not for me,
but
we'll get into
Nintendo 64 left a bad taste in my mouth because I felt like I fought so hard for this system to be what I thought it was going to be, and it wound up just being kind of like a big failure to me in my own mind. So the Nintendo 64, I look back at it fondly, but at the same time it's like Nintendo really screwed the pooch with this console in this generation. Could have had so much potential. We were supposed to get some amazing games. We were supposed to get Earthbound 3 was supposed to be a game. It never happened. It was like 60% complete too, and it never happened. So many others lost software on the Nintendo 64 because just because of the limitations of the storage format.
The console.
So
yeah.
It was a powerful console, and
it was.
Obviously, if there's been mods that if it had more storage to store higher textures and everything else, the games would have looked really, really nice. Well,
that's what they had the RAM expansion slot for.
Yeah,
but that's still right.
But it's you still couldn't. You still had to store those higher textures on the cartridge, and that's true. No matter how much extra RAM you throw at the system, if you don't have a viable storage medium, which none existed at the time, that was it.
Yeah,
there's no hard drives and systems back then. There was no storage. It was either on the cartridge or on your memory card. That was it. So that's pretty much my whole thing with the Nintendo 64. Love hate
relationship. All right. Well, to kind of just throw in, just with the how many chips and stuff they had to put in there for capacity and all of that, depending on what they were making, it was interesting to see because I kind of got an idea of how that was. It's like a friend actually pointed out to me about this. He's like, dude, fill the cartridge for Ocarina of Time compared to this baseball game. The Ocarina of Time was much heavier because they had to do so much more with it and had to have a storage system and all of that to save your game and everything. So that was a big difference, and we didn't all quite understand it at the time because kids. But yeah. Again, I was very neutral in this whole consoles war. I didn't care. I just played video games. I was just a nerdy kid. I liked playing video games. So
yeah, same.
I'll keep it pretty sweet because we got some other generations to get through, and on top of that, I feel like one era is going to take a good minute to get through. So so 64. I loved my 64. Lots of games I played. I loved Diddy Kong. I had Diddy Kong Racing. Mario Kart 64. It's obviously Super Mario 64. Played the shit out of that. There was a really weird game I got on my birthday called Mischief Makers, which that's a crazy random ass game that they'll show you
that the one with the clown on it.
Console. Kind of.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, I think I remember it.
What Nintendo game doesn't have a clown on it?
But again, played
he was like more like a jester, but
I played all the hits. Ocarina of Time, I played that game a lot. That was like my favorite game for the longest time was Ocarina of Time.
Fucking Water Temple.
Love that. Yeah, that Water Temple can go eat a dick.
That killed that game for me.
Everybody hated the Water Temple. But I played a lot of the hits, Star Fox 64. I had lots of fun times playing stuff with people.
Do a barrel roll.
And then of course, do a barrel roll. And of course, Smash Bros. Had fun times playing that with people. I liked my 64 quite a bit. It was a big part of my early teen years. Just going over to friends' houses and just having those memories of partying up and having sleepovers and playing games together like early hours in the morning. And
it was an amazing friend system, multiplayer friend system.
Yeah,
perfect for the bros.
Just a lot of stuff you don't actually have these days. It's all different, god damn it. But we can now go into the next thing. So I think let's see here, we'll actually start off this with the final console for Sega.
R.I.P.
That is the Dreamcast. It's blocked by my name and stuff in there, but I actually have it right here in the background just because Bill wanted to have his 360, so I gotta have a Dreamcast. So
Yeah.
This was the final nail in the coffin for Sega as a hardware developer. But this is actually a really good little console, and it had a lot of really fun games. I had a lot of fun memories of this. It's actually kind of funny how I got this. One of my friends actually won the Dreamcast, and he didn't like it. And he's like, "I'll trade you my Dreamcast for your PlayStation." I was like, "Sure."
Damn.
so I traded up.
Damn.
So I got the Dreamcast for essentially free.
It was that very Dreamcast?
Yeah, the same exact one.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Cool.
It's the one classic console I still have
around.
A
lot of history in this one.
There is. Played a lot of fucking Sonic Adventure on this console.
Bro, Sonic Adventure was the fucking GOAT.
Oh, it was so good. So much fun. Played there was actually an RPG called Evolution that was really cool that I like to play on there that I got. There was Power Stones, which that was like one of the best fucking fighting games Capcom ever made, and they don't do anything with it. Do something with it, Capcom. Bring back Power Stone. That was a fun arcade fighting game. 4 players and everything. It was kind of like Smash Brothers.
Hashtag bring back Power Stone.
That's right. God, there were so many things. For a lot of people, this was the Phantasy Star Online machine.
Yes.
Because we kind of talked about this on our own, but Sega had a lot of forethought, and this was the first console to actually give you a modem. This is actually a 56K modem, and you could actually
thing.
Yeah, that's the thing. You could upgrade it to a broadband if you were lucky to have that in your area at the time during the 90s. But this 56K modem was actually pretty good. It actually ran the internet really, really well. It actually ran at 56K compared to computers at the time when this came out. So it was one of the first consoles you get to play online and everything. So it's kind of started online gaming in a lot of ways, other than like computer stuff. But for home consoles, this is where it all started. And the best release campaign ever for any game console ever for America, the 99.99. You can never forget it because of all the nines. But yeah, it was so much fun. And again, like I remember seeing Ready to Rumble for the first time on this console. I was like, holy shit. Look at that's the game. You're punching people and look how bruised up they get. And then there's also booby physics. Wow, I gotta have this. They did put a lot of emphasis on that. Unfortunately, it was kind of like the big thing for that game. But
there was another really game too that had that was a big seller for Dreamcast.
I had a ton of games, man. And
I mean about a certain type of physics that they showcased very, very, very much so.
Yes, they did. I don't think that was Dead or Alive. I think that started.
No, Dead or Alive. It was it's definitely Dead or Alive.
Oh, okay, there you go.
Yeah, Xbox tried to get in on that Gooner sauce too when they brought that over to the Xbox. So,
gotcha. Also, another game that I played the shit out of on this was Soul Calibur. Holy crap, that is a great game.
Another killer app on the console.
Yeah, that was my favorite fighting game back in the day.
Yeah, no, mine too.
So when I played in the arcades too.
Hell yeah! So that's pretty much my take with the Dreamcast. Do you have much with any of this villain?
So once again, this is another console that someone else owned that I played a lot of. So my stepbrother, who lived with my dad, when I would go visit him, that's all we would do, me and him, because we were like, he was like a year younger than me, roughly, maybe like 2 years almost, and he had one of these, and I mean, we played Fur Fighters, which was basically this arena shooter type game where you played as like these little fucking animatronic animals and just ran around killing it. It was awesome.
That's cool. I never played that game.
It was great. It was Halo before Halo existed, but with animals. And it was really the first. I mean, it was a third-person shooter, but it was really like my first like big shooter that I played.
Gotcha.
Which is weird because it only had one thumbstick, but
right. But aim like you do now at the time.
Yeah, well, it was one of those, I want to say, where like you aimed and walked at this. It was kind of rough. But
was it kind of like a stick shooter in a way in that aspect?
Kind of, yeah, but it was fully 3D. I also played a fuck ton of Sonic Adventure 1 and 2, of course. They had that. Fucking my
Best
cow
games on the
garden
console.
was looking
I loved
lit.
the chows.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I remember in Sonic Adventure, I'd always go out of my way to get the silver and gold eggs and make myself a Sonic or Tails or whatever, and they're all gold and silver.
Yep. And then NCAA actually. 2K2.
Really?
Yeah, we played he's a big football fan, so we played a lot of that. Which I mean, those were fun. Those were fun. I'm not a big football guy, but the games were fun when I was a kid. What else? I'm looking at a list now to see if those were the big ones though. Like we played so much Fur Fighters. It was insane. And then Sonic Adventure. Because it was intermittent, you ended up playing a lot of the same stuff because you just never got to beat anything because you were only there I was only there for like a day or something, sometimes a night. Maybe the occasional weekend. But also I was in there on the computer on the PC playing Baldur's Gate 2. So that took up a lot of again, we're not talking about PC on this episode. Yeah. So that was a lot of what I was doing at the time. But this was a really cool system. I again, just very limited experience with it. Gotcha. But yeah, I mean, I thought it was a great system. Again, I was a bit too young to be aware of like everything going on with like for all I know, it could have been fucking canceled.
The newest console,
by the time.
Right?
Yeah, newest console. It was fairly late in its life cycle, I think, when I was playing it. I don't know the exact years, but I just was completely unaware of anything in the game industry. I was like, oh, this thing's fun. So
right. Yeah, it's kind of like my take again. I was very neutral in the console wars. I just played games.
Well, we're about to get to some of my console war. As I got a little older, the Xboxes and PlayStations and
yeah. But all right, Zai, I know you have some stuff to say about the Dreamcast. What you got going on there, bud? What was your
I mean, this machine I have very, very special memories of. It was essentially I had the same exact experience as you. I think I saw a demo of the or a demo unit of the Dreamcast in early September, late August of '99. I saw Ready to Rumble. That was the thing that they were showcasing, and I remember being blown away by it, like the fidelity, the damage physics, all that stuff. Seeing their eyes get like blown up from getting hit. It just looks super, super amazing. I did get it, I think, in October of '99, and
early
one
adopter?
of the first early adopter. One of the first games that I got was Phantasy Star Online, and that became an addiction. So the one game that I truly played, I played Shenmue as well, which was the other killer app that I loved on this system. But
that was the most expensive game made at the time when that came out.
Yeah, Shenmue was fucking insane. It was game breaking at the time. But yeah, my primary game was Phantasy Star Online, which just showed that MMO addiction was fucking real.
It was real. Yeah,
I had a 50-foot phone cord because I was a kid at the time. I could only play at night, so I would as soon as my family went to bed, I'd unplug the family phone, grab my 50-foot phone cord, run it to the family phone, dial up on the 56K modem, and I'd be on that modem till 5 o'clock in the morning, and then go to school. So and that was like, I did that a lot until I crashed and burned. But it was that was like my first experience, and they had a keyboard. There was a keyboard accessory, it was a full keyboard. I had that. I had the keyboard accessory. So I'm chatting, had my chat bubbles. we're doing all these dungeons. It was fucking insane. It was so much fun.
And then Phantasy Star Online 2 came out, and
it was never the same. But no, Phantasy Star, that original release. I remember getting that at Walmart, getting that jewel case with the game in it, with the thing to show you how to connect to the servers and everything. It was magic, man. The Dreamcast was an amazing system for me. So that was really my experiences with it, and I didn't really get to do too much more with it. But I really, there's so much. I'm so glad that it's still like a revered console where there's a big homebrew community out there now. But I did love it at
people
the time.
Make games for it in Japan and stuff. Like, it's insane for like homebrew games and stuff. And also to kind of piggyback on your Phantasy Star Online experience, like I never played the game personally, but I had other friends that did. they played that game so much it killed their Dreamcast. It burned it out.
Yeah, I think that kind of happened to mine too. My Dreamcast was starting to show signs of like just being glitchy. So
yeah, because playing for hours and hours and hours, and also using that modem, heating up some bits in there. And I guess it's kind of like a perfect analogy for the Dreamcast. It burned bright but real short.
That's exactly what happened. Yep.
Yeah, and that unfortunately was the last console for Sega. Again, it was mostly because they had hardware issues. They had a hardware problem. They wanted to go do all the hardware stuff before everybody else, and it's what failed them. But they were bought out, or they were actually saved by someone who gave them a big investment. Basically, he was dying of cancer, and he gave them pretty much the rest of his funds to allow them to still be a company, be a third-party developer. And what actually killed the Dreamcast was, well, we'll just go ahead and ride into it with the PS2. It's regarded to be...
give me a second with this one. Well, no, you can continue talking. I'm just going to get the image up.
Go ahead and transition then.
Gotcha.
Right, yeah, but yeah. So PS2, again, arguably for some people, the best console of all time. It is definitely the most sold console of all time. I'm like, God, I can't remember the actual number.
It's like 160 million.
Yeah.
Yeah.
PS2 sells.
Yeah, 160.
Yeah, 160 million units. Yep. That is an insane number for one console.
That's a lot.
The PS2 lived on for a good long while too, even when the PS3 came out and 360 and stuff. But yeah, I remember with my PS2, I had gotten mine, and it was kind of funny how that happened. With my grandparents had built a different retirement home for themselves, and they sold their old house. And when they did that, they sent a check to all of us, and they gave me $1,000.
Oh,
yeah, that was a substantial amount of money I ever had at one time.
Yeah,
and I was like, "Holy crap! They sent me $1,000! I'm getting a PS2!
Hell yeah! That's what I'm talking about.
Let's go!"
So I had my dad go drive me. We went and put that money in my bank. I got some cash. I had him drive me to Walmart. And I went and got myself a PS2.
Fuck yeah.
And then I forgot to get a memory card, and I didn't have any games.
So you just sat there staring at it.
Well, I rented one.
Okay.
Rented a game. And actually,
we did have Blockbuster.
We did, and that's what saved me. So we went, and I got the game, and I rented Zone of the Enders, which is a Kojima game.
Oh my God, I remember this game.
That was a fun muck game. It was really short though. I was upset about that because I had got the game without or I got the console without a memory card, and I was like, man, I need a memory card to keep playing this game because I need to save and stuff. So I had already played a decent amount of it, but once I got the memory card, I beat that game in 3 hours. I skipped cutscenes and stuff.
Yeah, that's too short.
Yeah, and I was like, oh man. And the only reason why that game sold is because it came with the MGS2 Tinker demo.
Yes. I think that's why I had it too.
But it was a fun game. And because it sold so much because of that demo, they made a second game. That second game was a lot of fun. It was really, really cool. They even actually made a remaster version that you can get, and it actually has VR support on PC for Zone of the Enders 2, which is pretty cool. But yeah, I remember playing those games, but my actual first game I owned was Tekken Tag Tournament.
Nice.
Tekken Tag Tournament. Really fun. First game you get to kind of have an extra character out other than, Marvel vs. Capcom, which I didn't play those games.
Yeah.
But Tekken Tag Tournament was a lot of fun. It was graphically really impressive at the time. I got really good at certain characters and played the shit out of it. Then, of course, there were all the other things that came out eventually. I was super stoked when I finally got Final Fantasy X because that game shadow dropped actually. I don't remember hearing anything, any advertisements or anything, seeing about Final Fantasy X. I just remember going to the store. I'm like, is that Final Fantasy X? So Mom, I gotta go take me to the bank. I can get in this game now.
Take me to the bank, Mom.
I can get in this game now.
I gotta pull the college fund out again.
right?
But we just put some in there, Kai. You're never gonna succeed. Keep blowing it all on video games.
That's not as much change. That's what I do now.
Your mom called you Kainitsu as well in this
sure
story.
Did. She sure did.
Story.
I've always gone by Kainitsu.
Now Kainitsu.
But yeah, I was super stoked to get that game. That Final Fantasy X was a huge leap in gaming in general, and like voice acting, and oh god, just everything. And I could, oh god, there's so many games that came out on that console, dude. Like I think it has I think it has one console that has the most games ever released for it. Like
pretty wild.
Big peak for me as well was Final Fantasy 11 when it came out on the PS2. I got a copy of it for my birthday, got the hard drive put in there, got the modem and everything. I had to ask my mom for a subscription fee to pay for it so I could play the game online. God, there's so much stuff that I can't think of everything right off the top of my head, but yeah, fun times with the PS2. But yeah, so Villain, you say you have more experience with this console. What we got going on?
Well, so I never had one, but this was the first. This was the first console I was like old enough to want and be jealous that I didn't have one. And it was the start of the console war for me when the Xbox came out as well. But yeah, I really wanted one, but my mother was not at the time. I did make a friend and play the fuck out of it every time I went over there. We played a lot of SOCOM. That was a big one. There was a Dragon Ball Z. A few of the Budokai games, played the fuck out of those. Kingdom
I did
Hearts.
too.
He was really
yeah.
He was really into Kingdom Hearts a lot. I never really got into it that much. I enjoyed like we would take turns fighting Sephiroth and stuff.
He was really hard
too. Yeah, because it was just like a challenge we did.
I did the same thing with a friend. We had to spend up a whole night like until we finally figured out a strategy, and then we beat the shit out of him.
Yeah, it was. Sorry, I'm trying to see if I can figure out this cutting out issue. But yeah, it was fun. I mean, I had to like every time I went over to go over there just to play the PS2, and I was so jealous until I got the Xbox. But we'll get to that.
I gotcha.
Of course later. But yeah, it had a lot of cool shit on it. I mean, it had so it was kind of modern, and that was when I was blooming, like Zakeda, like an early teenager. Because unlike Zakeda, gaming did not take a back seat for me when I was a teenager. Although it was cool. Same. I think when I was a teenager, it was than it probably was when y'all were teenagers a little bit. Because I was like when the 360 was popping.
Right.
Or maybe we were just nerds too, and we didn't give a fuck. But me and my friends, we all like. I mean, this is when it started beginning. Was this generation here for me? So Grand Theft Auto, of course.
Right.
Guitar Hero, like fucking playing Guitar Hero like crazy when I'd go over there. So, but I never owned one. I never got one. So,
but at least you had at least amount of experience with it, just because of someone close to you.
Yeah, I was older, so I was able to just like my friend lived down the hill from my apartment, so I would just walk down there.
Gotcha.
So I would spend like just days over there, and we would just play the PS2 all the time.
Yeah. There's so many games on it, like you started naming stuff like I was like, oh yeah, I played that Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2, and just tons of other things.
The other big one, and I had this was James Bond Nightfire. That game was fucking awesome. The multiplayer was really fucking good. It was like an arena shooter, and you got to pick between all the bad guys. You could be James Bond, but you could also pick between bad. It was a hero basically because all the bad guys had their own abilities, and they had these like guided rocket launchers too. You could shoot the rocket launcher and just guide the missile all around the map. It was, dude, James Bond Nightfire was awesome. It's highly regarded as one of the best James Bond games. Really, that's interesting. Let me look up Nightfire on Metacritic. Yeah, it has a 78 on Metacritic. But hey,
that's still pretty good. That's almost above average.
The user score is 81s.
Yeah.
I knew so many people that loved James Bond Nightfire.
Wow,
as a
that's
kid.
game
We
I've never
all
heard of.
had a copy. Yeah, it was online too, which was fun. I think
Hell
it was
yeah.
online. But yeah, we would play. We'd have whole nights where we just got together and played James Bond Nightfire.
Nice.
Yeah, it was awesome. But yeah, those are kind of the highlights of the PS2. Again, it was a console that I was initially very. But then once I got my Xbox, you couldn't tell me nothing about PS2. Like I didn't give a fuck about that PS2. That PS2 could go suck a fucking.
That cheap piece of shit.
Yeah. So ain't even got a hard drive built in. Fuck you. So,
right? Oh yeah. So Zai, what were your experiences with the PS2?
So yeah, the PS2. This is definitely a pivotal moment in gaming history. So this is coming off the heels of, this came out in what?
2000.
I think it came out. Yeah, but it came out in Japan in March of 2000.
Oh, sorry, 2001.
2001.
2001. Sorry.
I was gonna say, yeah, it came out in March of 2000 in Japan. And it came out in 2001, and it came out before 9/11. So I do remember. Shout out. And yeah, because that's an obvious demarcation line, but because that's when the world, that we went to a different universe, parallel universe. But either way, at the end of the day, this system was just everything. The hype for this system was fucking immense.
Mm-hmm.
Not only that, but we were in a transition from VHS to DVD. Mm-hmm. Sony having the DVD format.
Available
the cost of DVD players were so high back then. It was very hard for this format. It was. The DVD drive was the major selling point to this system. When you had a DVD player in this, yeah. So it had a dual purpose. It had you had the DVD that had extra storage capacity, and then on top of that, you had the DVD player in of itself. Now, you did need a special remote, right, to play the DVD to get. You had, or was that X? Oh, okay, no, that was Xbox.
You could
that was
use the
Xbox.
controller.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, I was gonna say because Xbox did that when they released the original Xbox. You had to have the remote for that. But yeah, no. So yeah, you basically there was like as soon as you bought the system, you had a fully fledged. So you could easily convince parents to buy this because hey. We're going to upgrade the family entertainment system. Yeah, you can use it too. It's not just, I'm not going to just be playing games for 13 hours a day on it. You guys can definitely watch movies sometimes, So you had your negotiation leverage as a kid with your parents to get this thing. And I think it fucking worked. And I think it worked immensely.
It did.
Everyone had a PS2. I included, I eventually caved on my hate for PlayStation and became a PlayStation fan with the PS2. Final Fantasy X, Zone of Enders, Metal Gear Solid 2 being my personal, because I had just, before the PlayStation 2 came out, I just had played Metal Gear Solid, and that game changed my life, and then Metal Gear Solid 2 I was insanely hyped for. So those games, just that whole demo in Zone of Enders where you're on the ship and the tanker and the rain effects, and just everything.
It was all
it was the craziest bait and switch because that's not how the fucking game plays out at all, but I was hooked, line, and sinker, bought in. So
I was going to play the game no matter what, because I was a big MDS fan.
Yeah, I was a huge Metal Gear Solid fan. So this was a huge thing for me. I love the PlayStation 2. I really have nothing bad to say about it. I do want to mention one shout out here. When I remember when I was hyping myself up to get this console, I remember that there was an article. I think it was an Electronic Gaming Monthly or something. One of the monthly gaming magazines that said that Saddam Hussein wanted to buy he wanted to buy as many PS2s as possible so that way he could launch nuclear weapons against the United States.
Al-Qaeda's gonna use PS2
fear mongering was crazy. Yeah, it was crazy back then. But yeah, I just remember like, yo, this thing is powerful enough to launch a fucking nuke. That's crazy.
It never was.
It never was. It was all like weird shit that was, this is before really the internet, so it was just kind of cool. But yeah, the PlayStation 2 was just
actually,
and the PlayStation 2, in my opinion, held the fuck up. It still looks massively cool. It still looks pretty damn cool for a freaking 20-year-old console, 25-year-old console. So
it was alright design. They came with the slims that looked much better and were way less space.
I like the fat one better. It just it especially because it's
the fat one was
like it looked like a
drive,
PC.
Yeah.
It looked like a PC. You could turn this thing into a PC if you wanted to.
You could,
which was
you could actually run an operating system on it if you wanted to.
Yep. And they actually had an official Linux disk for PS2. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was it was the first time that consoles and PCs started having some parity. So
not necessarily. You bring it up. Dreamcast actually had a Windows feature for it. There was like a
yes, very underrated, very underrated, not very underutilized, but that is true. Dreamcast kind of pioneered it, but yeah, I think PS2 really captured
took it off. That's where it got more popular.
Really kind of just took it to the next level for sure.
But also there was there's way more PS2s out in the wild at that point. So
yeah, PlayStation 2 was a big W. I don't think anyone can really argue anything against it, to be honest.
No, it's the best selling console of all time. Again, it ran even into like the PS3 and the 360 years of having stuff released for it for a good minute, at least a couple of years after those launched. So yeah, definitely a big contender for just like possibly best console of all time. So let's go ahead and move on into the direct competitor.
Yes, the actual contender for best console of all time.
Oh, actually, you're getting ahead of me. We're going to go into something else first. What was supposed to be the contender was the GameCube.
God.
We're going to talk about the GameCube real quick.
Okay.
Villain hates the GameCube so much he forgot that it existed in this list.
Yeah.
Well, I forgot that it was at this stage in the list.
It was released the same year as the Xbox. They were both released in 2001.
Okay, here we go.
I'm sorry, 2000. Wait, hold on.
Look at that. Look at that ugly thing.
Yeah, no, 2001.
Look at it. Look at that just absolutely ridiculous controller. That is just
that
what a gorgeous controller. I have one right in front of me right now.
That's a Smash Brothers controller.
It's a toy. It's just
it's
Fisher Price.
Nintendo
Fisher Price
design.
designed that controller. Fisher Price designed that controller.
Oh my god, that's actually a valid argument that kids would use on the playground.
That's like a Fisher Price, and they were right. Yeah, it is
right.
Thing looks like Fisher Price designed it.
It's so hot.
It looks like baby's first controller. It's like, no, the big green button. Touch the big green button. The big yellow stick. It's like
Nintendo camera sticks were innovative. I don't care what you say.
Garbage. They're so innovative they don't do them anymore. Garbage.
Because you have dual sticks now. That's where dual sticks came from.
The PS2 had dual sticks, and
they did. Dual actually came from the DualShock controller. That's why it's called DualShock, because it had dual sticks.
DualShock was DualShock launched with the PS2? It was, right?
Yeah. The DualShock came out in PS1. That was the second iteration of the controller.
And the Xbox had dual sticks.
But you gotta remember that the Nintendo 64 controller was really the real pioneer between like how 3D camera was supposed to be kind of interpreted.
And then they went and fucked around with the GameCube controller and fucked it all up.
So
anyway, we're not here to litigate that.
Yeah. So this might be kind of like, I mean, for me personally, the GameCube, I for a lot of people, I had more respect for it after the fact. I wasn't really into much Nintendo stuff at that time. My most I got out of a GameCube from playing and playing at other people's houses and stuff. Eventually got to have one in my home for a little bit. I played Eternal Darkness, Wind Waker.
Amazing game, Eternal Darkness.
Eternal Darkness is great. It's so good. Too bad Silicon Knights' head dude was a dick.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I played Eternal Darkness. I played Sunshine, Mario Sunshine, and I played Wind Waker, and Smash Brothers.
Sunshine got hate. Wind Waker got hate.
Yeah. I did not. I played through that game, but I begrudgingly did it because it was a Zelda game. I didn't like the aesthetics or anything. I kind of like them more now because the cell shading is pretty impressive, especially for that time. But I couldn't appreciate it at the time because it was like they showed a demo of of Ocarina of Time, Zelda or Link going and fighting Ganondorf and shit with all this lighting and everything and sweeping camera. I'm like, oh man, I can't wait for anything like that. I got fucking Wind Waker, so. It really made me mad. And I played Smash Brothers with some friends at their homes and stuff, and that was pretty much it for me. I didn't really play much on the GameCube. I didn't really care for it.
No, it's garbage. Yeah, I mean, my best friend in middle school had one. I mean, Smash was pretty fun, I thought, but he loved it, and we would have the same argument we're having now. Me and him would have decades. It was just bad. It was just I hated the controller. I mean, he's like, but it has a handle on it, Josh. It's like, bro, I've never once transferred my console and think like, man, I wish this had a handle. You just grab it by the sides. I'm not trying to walk down the street like it's a fucking purse. It has a handle, guys. No one gives a fuck about the handle. All right.
Yeah.
But
here's the one. Oh yeah, I forgot. I played Luigi's Mansion too as well. That was the Mario game before Sunshine.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I get that. I get that. But the one thing that a lot of people just honestly didn't give it much credit is that the GameCube was a powerful little machine. It could do a lot of stuff. It actually had pretty good graphical capabilities to it for that time, and it came out.
Pretty sure it was like one of the most was like more powerful than even like the Xbox in some cases.
Yeah, but they gave you a fucking Etch-a-Sketch to interact with the console with, like.
Yeah, most of that
Nintendo also made a half-ass decision with the mini discs. That's another thing they screwed up.
Yeah, that's garbage
they
too.
Done that. They should have gone full DVD. They're like, no, we're gonna be different.
They went half-ass with it. Like, oh, we're gonna go optical, but we're gonna still do some dumbass shit. And it's like, whatever.
Yeah, they did Nintendo things, is what they did.
Yeah, I'm looking at the top.
They did the Nintendo thing.
The list of top GameCube games, and I just don't care about it. Smash was good. Animal Crossing. I didn't play Animal Crossing until
I didn't either.
Switch.
I never played an Animal Crossing game. Honestly, that stuff doesn't interest me.
I got painfully addicted to Animal Crossing on the Switch, but that's another conversation.
We'll get there with this. That was during the bad times.
Yeah, but I just didn't. This was I was way too cool for this console when it came out. Like I was.
That was a thing too.
I was like,
this was like kid shit. When I was an edgy teenager, kid shit. I just, like I said, my friend Ward was really into it. And like, I just can't, like.
What's funny about this thing being called a kid's toy, essentially, like Nintendo really went all in on like marketing this to older audiences. The commercials and shit were very geared towards adults.
Should have made a better controller.
Well, not only that, they actually had, they had deals and contracts for exclusive rights to some Resident Evil games, Resident Evil 0, or the Resident Evil remake, and I think Code Veronica first came out on Code Veronica was on the Dreamcast, but Resident Evil 4 first came out on the GameCube. It was exclusive. It was only going to be for the GameCube, but then it eventually got released for the PS2 as well. But it actually looked better on the GameCube than it worked on the PS2. The PS2 was actually pretty compressed, but the game was also originally built for the GameCube, not the PS2. So,
it was like explicitly kind of programmed for the GameCube, so it's always going to be in its original state there.
Be on the GameCube, but no, they're like, no, we're going to put this on PlayStation now because GameCube suck and just not selling. we're not getting any sales for these games. So
now it's like the most remade, reported fucking Resident Evil game of all time.
Right? Yeah, it truly is.
And ironic that its inception was exclusivity. And its reality now is slop on every fucking platform that exists.
Right?
Yeah, you had during this time you had the Xbox kids, the PlayStation kids. They hated each other, but they respected each other in a way they just did not respect the GameCube. Like you're a worthy competitor.
This was a low point in Nintendo's aura.
It was just no one had any respect for the system, rightfully so.
But
which I think continued into the Wii, and we will get there. So,
we're getting there. I'm kind of trying to get things moving along.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm good. I've shit on this thing. I'm content with it.
But
I mean,
did you have any personal
I could say a little. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I did not own this console, but I did have friends that did, and I just remember having some of my best teenage nights, with my friends. Hanging out, eating Domino's pizza, playing Smash Bros, and all, and it was just
teenager. This was
yeah, we were.
Okay.
This is 2001.
We're not that old.
Definitely. Jeez,
that was an old.
Yeah, bro. That was a call out. I was still, but you were saying, Villain. At the same time, it wasn't the cool thing to have. So I didn't have any urge to go and own this thing, but I did have a lot of fun playing it with my friends. So. I do have fun, and I think also just for posterity is that the GameCube has held up very well in terms of time, in terms of value, in terms of collectivity. It's just, and not only that, even in emulation, the system is a golden goose in terms of emulation. So
Right.
I do thank the GameCube for its service in the console war. It is very underrated and very underappreciated, in my opinion. So that's all I have to say.
Yeah, it definitely is. But it like I said, I like many others, kind of respected it more after the fact. Except for Villain, he's still shaking his head. No.
I have no respect for this console. I think he contributed nothing.
Kai's got the chat in agreement. I mean, Villain's got the chat in agreement with him. So
love it.
But yeah, so
you're all champions and scholars.
The weird thing that came out of nowhere.
Yes.
That started
to
succeed is the Xbox.
Let's fucking go.
And again, it's really interesting that all 3 of these consoles were released in the same year.
This one's going to cover a little bit of Villain.
That's fine. Go ahead.
Yeah. This is going to be where Villain probably
cover the whole screen. It's fine. That big ass controller. Well, that's the mini controller. That's not the Duke.
No, it's not.
It is not the OG controller. I was also going to say the Super Nintendo earlier was not an OG Super Nintendo. It was actually a Super Nintendo Mini. But yeah. That's just little nitpicking.
I love this thing.
Yeah, so we'll go ahead, Villain. Go ahead and go off, man. Because
man. So I was like I said earlier, I really wanted a PS2. I got this one. I got the Xbox because of 2 reasons. Because it didn't need memory cards and because it came with 2 games. And so my mother's logic was, well, I don't have to buy games for a while. So it came with it was Sega Racing and Jet Set Radio Future.
Oh, good old Jet Set Radio Future.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. And so I started off, and then I used some of my birthday savings to buy Halo. And dude. So I'm sitting here depressed because I didn't get a PS. I was pissed when I got this console because I was like, I opened it and I was like, what? But then I sat down and I booted up Halo. I booted up Jet Set Radio, the racing game. But those 2, dude, oh my God. You talk about just some of the best launch game, console games. Halo 1 was, it literally blew my mind. I was like, what the fuck am I playing? It was phenomenal. And then after that, I got Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind, which continued to blow my fucking mind in RPGs. And then I got Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, further, which is one of my favorite games of all to this day. Just really phenomenal games on the X. And these were all exclusives. These were not on the PlayStation.
Nope.
Everything I've listed here, PlayStation didn't have. And so it got to a point where I was like, man, I'm looking over at my friend and he's sitting there playing fucking Kingdom Hearts. I'm like, bro, you can keep that shit. And then Halo 2 came out, and it's like, dude, at this point, you can tell me shit about a PlayStation. I did not give a fuck about the PS2 after a while. I mean, it was like game after game after game.
Xbox got a lot of stuff. And it kind of just it blew up. The biggest thing it was going for, the reason why it's called an Xbox is because it used DirectX, and no other console used DirectX at that time. And I personally don't really have a whole lot of history with the Xbox. As popular as it is. I've had a PS2. I've mostly played my games on the PS2, but I did get an Xbox eventually. And all I really cared about playing on that was Ninja Gaiden Black,
Fable. I forgot about Fable too.
Fable, Halo, and Halo 2. That's all I really cared about. That's all.
And Splinter Cell as well. The first Splinter Cell was a exclusive.
I never got into Splinter Cell actually during that time.
I loved it when I was younger, but it was an exclusive as well. And then Forza, of course, if you like racing games. Yeah, I mean the Xbox was just, it was awesome. And as you pointed out, it had better graphics than the PS2. As well. It was
and more power.
Yeah, it was awesome. The hard drive. I had the for watching the DVDs. You could do it with the controller, but the remote made it easier. Yeah, you could watch it. Yeah.
And there's still some games that look still pretty good today from Xbox. I talk about Ninja Gaiden Black, dude. That game holds up. Just the regular game on its own, not like the new release remade or remade version of it. The original one looks really, really good. But yeah, Xbox was cool. It was just a Halo machine for me. I played everything else.
And it had the whole X-Files kind of green alien stuff. I love that. The LAN parties. That was my. experience with that. Yeah.
Halo 2, dude. Halo 2.
Halo 2 LAN parties, man. Playing online for the first time in Halo 2. Halo 2 was my first like online shooter.
Yeah, it was for a lot of people.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was so good. It was so good. Like, PlayStation 2 had nothing in my mind that touched anything I just listed. You know, I'm not a Square Enix guy. I feel like if you're a Square Enix guy, you're going to argue with me. But if you're not a Square Enix person, there's nothing really that the PS2, I think, had over the Xbox in terms of exclusives.
Yeah, its own.
Maybe Grand Theft Auto. I guess Grand Theft Auto. That was the one that I always was jealous of for a while, was Grand Theft Auto.
Oh man, didn't mention that on the PS2 one, but yeah, Grand Theft Auto was crazy.
Yeah, that was one I was always jealous of Xbox not having for a while until they did. But yeah, I really love this console. I mean, especially when RPGs, I found those because again, between Morrowind and KOTOR, I mean, I've played KOTOR through probably 10 to 11 times. Like, just it's one of my favorite games. I love it. And that remake is Trapped in Hell. We're not going to talk about that because it's not on the docket.
Right.
But yeah. So I'll pass it off to one of you guys if y'all.
Yeah, I pretty much gave my experience with it during your segment there. Again, I it was just basically a Halo machine for me. But Zai, what do you have to say about the Xbox?
Yeah, so the Xbox it was a special time. So I was an early adopter of the Xbox as well.
Okay.
Xbox definitely had that fucking cool factor. Everyone was like, well, shit, this is going to be a game changer. I got the original one with the big fat controller that came originally. Yeah, basically it was like a weapon. But yeah, so I had my Xbox before Xbox Live service existed, and I had Halo, and there was a way to. It also supported LAN attach. You know, you could attach multiple consoles together. Yep. So essentially, there was an online service. I think it was like GameSpy or not. I don't remember what the service was called, but we were able to essentially simulate a LAN party via online. And I remember we would have crazy 16-player Halo matches with friends over. Yeah. And it was game-changing. It was fucking beautiful. Another memory of having insane fucking weekends with my friends, just playing this shit for 12, 13 hours a pop. Just eating pizza and junk fucking food, drinking soda and junk food. Yeah. Just having the fucking time of my life. So I do thank the Xbox for that. The Xbox had a lot of great software too. It came in so strong. It really set up like a strong base for what the Xbox brand was going to be. But yeah, it was
before they betrayed it.
Before the dark times.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, before they were supposed to bring in the PlayStation, not join them.
Yeah.
Okay, that didn't work out. Go ahead.
And I was looking for a reason to not be a big PlayStation fan anymore, so I was kind of Team Xbox at that point because of the online gameplay. So this was my shift into Xbox fanboy. So,
gotcha. All right. Well, sounds like I'm kind of the odd one out when it came to the Xbox. I was more of a PS2 guy.
Loser.
But I still played Halo and everything.
Dork.
I just
have fun playing your Kingdom Hearts, idiot.
Well, I own both consoles at the same time. So what do you guys say about that?
I was poor.
I was bruh. But, no, I actually bought my Xbox myself like later on. But yeah, Xbox was good stuff. Again, it came out of nowhere and it blew up kind of fast.
Yeah.
So let's kind of keep this train going. Yeah, because we're getting more into like probably actually less meat than what I thought, because it's been a lot to discuss here. So let's go ahead.
There's so much. We can have 10 episodes on this for real. There's a lot. Yeah. There's a lot.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and just move into 360 territory. Right off the bat.
Yes, let's go. I have it here.
We had it's the worst image we got, folks. And this isn't even the 360 that I remember, and I'm a 360 fan. Oh yeah, look at the one on. Yes. Let me transition real quick. Hold on. Keep that up.
Okay.
There you go. Now give it a nice look over.
Look at this bad boy. Just one of the most beautiful consoles ever made. I mean, I also like the white fat one, of course, but I mean, this was really just. I mean, it's so primo, so nice. Love it. This is my Reach controller. This is what I kicked so much ass on. You can't see, but I mean, this is worn to like, it is just, there's not much left, but yeah. I really wanted the console because they had a console that looked just like this. But it was hard. It was impossible to get. Yeah. And at the time I don't know if I had a job yet. I was like 14 or something. Probably not. So yeah, I was doing good to get what I had. So
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So 360. A big era of gaming for just in general. This console generation lasted for 10 years.
10 years.
Yeah, this came out in 2004. 3 years after the Xbox. And yeah, so I did move over to the 360 platform when this came out eventually. I had a job, I bought my own console and everything. Again, I needed it for Halo 3. I needed it for mainly just that, but I ended up playing a lot of games on this console. It's a lot of my own personal online gaming experience and multiplayer with people, and again, lots of LAN parties with even still Halo 2 and Halo 3, and then I didn't have LAN parties at Halo Reach when it came out. I was an adult at that point, so I just played online with people. But yeah, I played a lot on this console, and it's surprisingly like how much stuff came out during that era. And I eventually also got a PS3.
Truly a golden era,
right? And also eventually got PS3 during this time. But yeah, it was a golden era of online gaming for sure. It was just kind of like a magical time where all this happened.
Truly magical.
And for that, I can see why so many people uphold the 360 for so much, especially like you, Villain. Again, you said this is like your console. And yeah, and I got all because I loved Halo so much that I got the big $100 kitty helmet special edition Halo 3.
Man, dude, I was so jealous of that one. My fucking, the I have more money than you, friend. He had it.
No.
I got the Steelbook though. I got the step down. I was able to save up enough money for the Steelbook, so I got it came with a whole bunch of shit. So
nice.
But his also came with the Steelbook. You opened it up, and there was my version of it inside of it.
Yeah,
so,
it was that's like when special editions kind of became like a thing.
They were popping off.
Yeah, and that really solidified it. It's like, people are going to pay extra money for stupid shit. Okay,
I will. Yeah.
I will too. But at this point, I don't because they're egregious, like $300 for this thing, and you don't even get the game.
Yeah.
So no, I don't pay for that shit anymore.
No.
But whenever they did cool stuff like this, and they gave you like a bag or something, like they used to make cool things to commemorate when you bought these limited editions. That was like
they were keepers of the
Halo 3. Yeah. And I played COD on there. Just a lot of stuff, but mostly was Halo, Halo Reach, and a lot of Then
dude, Xbox had a stupid list of exclusives. Like it was stupid. They had Oblivion. That was my first game I got with it. When we got the 360 for Christmas, me and my brothers each got a game. I got Oblivion. My brother got Sonic 06.
That's not fair.
That was
a bad choice. Oh God.
He got Sonic 06, and my other brother, I think he got like a sports game or something because he was lame. He really liked it. But yeah, it was, dude, Oblivion was just, but they had Dead Rising, they had BioShock. BioShock was an exclusive to Xbox for a while.
Dude. I was so excited about BioShock. There was Gears of War.
Gears of War, dude. Crackdown.
Chainsaw dudes, people in half, and Crackdown.
Yeah.
I only bought Crackdown because I wanted the beta test.
That beta, yep, dude. Everyone bought Crackdown for the beta.
That one reason. It was actually a fun game.
Fallout 3 was exclusive for a while. Elder Scrolls Skyrim was exclusive for a while. Fable 2, Fable 3. They just
Fable 2 is still exclusive to the 360. It's never been ported to anything else.
Yeah, I didn't really like it, but Blue Dragon, like that.
Blue Dragon was good. I like that game a lot.
Yeah,
then there was also Lost Odyssey.
Yeah, they killed it, dude. They fucking. It was it was insane. The games that were coming out, and then that's not to mention the third party. they were also coming out at that time, which is fucking hitting it. A lot of the shit we have today is just still milking those franchises that came out
They sure are.
like back in that generation.
Yeah, like Far Cry and
yeah,
Assassin's Creed.
Yeah.
Those are both Ubisoft games.
But I mean, this just hit like early high school. So I mean, it was just like that era where like you're real social with it. Online. I mean, it went into college too because it was 10 years. So I mean, it was. Yeah, and then Mass Effect 1 through 3, it just like Mass Effect wasn't exclusive on Xbox. 1 and 2 were exclusive. Dragon Age was exclusive.
Xbox 360 got the Orange Box collection from Valve.
Orange Box collection, yeah. I mean, it was the craziest lineup of games. I think probably the strongest exclusive lineup that has ever existed and will ever exist at this point. Especially, I mean, PS4
and games that still haven't been ported away from it. That's the problem.
Yeah, I mean, PS4, which we'll talk about, kind of
the Transformers game that you can only get. I think is War for Cybertron. You cannot get it anywhere else but the 360. Thankfully, I still have the copy.
Yeah, but it was fantastic. The controller was phenomenal. I mean, Kinect was cool.
360 controller was special.
That was back when people liked Kinect. It was just burning on all cylinders.
Off.
Yeah, Xbox on, Xbox off. I bought a Kinect, used it for Mass Effect and Skyrim, and then never used it again. So because you could like
you never used that to troll someone online using Xbox off to turn off their Xbox. Oh man,
no,
I never had it. I never had the Kinect attachment. I was like, I'm not buying that shit. I buy the console by itself.
Yeah. By the time Kinect came out, I had a job, and so like I just spend money on stupid shit.
Right.
Because I was a kid with a job, so I was like, let me buy one of them Kinects.
I mean, I'm an adult and I still spend money on stupid shit.
I bought a PS5 Pro. So
it's hard to believe $200.
It was just a great time. I mean, I don't. All I can say is good things about the 360.
There's not going to be another era.
It was one of those too. I was so happy as well because I was able to look across the PS3 guys and be like, "You all, like your console is trash. Get out and be completely confident." The Last of Us, what? Get the fuck out of here with that shit. We'll talk about that, I guess, next. But yeah.
You got anything else to add on to this side?
The Xbox 360, like just like anything else, I was heavily invested into this ecosystem. The Xbox kind of set the the place for it, and then when the 360 came out, I remember I got it as a gift, and it was the 360 Black Elite version with the 500 gigabyte hard drive and the Wi-Fi attachment, because Wi-Fi was not built into it.
No.
Yeah, I had the little rabbit ears. Yeah, I had the little rabbit ears on mine that you put on the back.
Yeah, it had a little directional antenna. You could point towards your router because your routers sucked back then.
Yeah, you had to point it. Yeah. Great.
So yeah, it was really special. I loved it so much. I was so heavily invested into the whole. It had the best UI as far as I was concerned.
It was.
I loved the little avatar integration with the Kinect. I loved
the avatars. Yeah. Dude, I bought a lot of shit for my avatar, and they refreshed the UI regularly too, so it always felt. It was.
Yeah, it always felt
fresh.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I like the blades. The blades were really cool, but then they did the avatar stuff, and then they did the boxes, and it's just slowly morphed into what it is now. But every couple years they would just completely redo it, and you're like, okay, all right.
Nothing's ever felt like it had a soul like the 360 from Xbox ever since.
I agree.
That was 360.
That was 360 PlayStation either, but yeah,
the 360 had such character and wit about it, and it was. I loved it. I probably beat more games on the 360 than any console I ever played. Maybe the Switch probably now takes the cake. But
I am definitely platinumed the most. Well, it's not platinum, but I did the most games on 360. Yeah.
It just fed that dopamine, man. It fed that dopamine.
Achievement system.
Yep.
Yeah,
Sony only has trophies
because so innovative.
Xbox.
Because of Xbox, yes. So I believe that this generation, which Xbox clearly won, because the PS3 was a fucking flop.
It was horrible.
It was too expensive.
Oh, and it was garbage too. The controller was garbage. The games were it was just not great.
Yeah. So the 360 is a fucking king among consoles as far as I'm concerned. I still to this day, I mean, my 360 hard drive died, so I have to see if I can get someone to fix it. So I still have my 360, but it's I can't use it, and I think they shut down all the services for it now, so it's kind of a moot point, which kind of sucks because like there's no eventually they'll have to be a homebrew community for that. But
they're kind of working on that. Like there's like a 360 emulator out there, to kind of help hope with that. But I think anything's been built on it for a while. But 360, again, magical time of gaming.
Oh, real quick story. Like the thing that like blew me away the most, funnily enough, it was the smallest little thing when I very first booted the 360 up. It was like the little lights around here.
Oh yes, the control. Yeah, the controller was great.
On the console,
it was so innovative.
My mind was just like,
it was great. Yes, it was so good. It was so good.
Like this one doesn't even do it. You know, this is the Xbox, the Series X controller.
Nope. Even the controllers nowadays, even though they're technically better, they still feel like soulless.
This is a better controller, but
it is a better. The new controllers are better, but they're not. They don't feel as special as a 360 controller did back in 2005. You know, like 20 years ago. That was a crazy good controller back then. But you know,
what you got next for us, Kai?
We are where we are now.
Yeah. Right. Well, let's go ahead and move into the
PS3?
contender. Yeah, let's go get that PS3 up on there real quick. So PS3 had a real hard time.
You mean can't play Elder Scrolls Machine?
It was a bitch to program for, and it was way too expensive.
You mean Killzone is just as good as Halo Machine?
Yeah, it was not. It was never. It was never gonna be. So I did own a PS3 that was a lot later on. I actually bought it like on eBay.
Look at that ugly thing.
Because I just I used I
did like the look of the PS3. I did like the look of the original OS PS3.
It was weird, and the guy that made it was like, "I want to use the Spider-Man text on there, thank you," because that's what that is.
Yeah.
But yeah, so PS3, it was fine. Again, it was too expensive. It had a rough time compared to the 360, obviously.
Where was there $199 here? Freaking
that did not happen this time around.
Yeah. No, it was get a second job, peasant.
Yeah, pretty much. So the only reason why I bought
have phones?
So the reason why I bought PS3 was for Metal Gear Solid 4 and like Devil May Cry, and that was pretty much it. I didn't really play anything else on there except PS2 games, but I had it. I did play Uncharted eventually when it came out, but I mostly just kept with my 360 and played games on it for the most part, even though I had a PS3. And I eventually started migrating over to the PC when I started building my own and just really kind of stuck with that. But that's my personal experience with the PS3. I know you don't have one villain except for hatred and disgust. Hatred
and disgust. Clip that, please.
I can't argue with that. I mean, the one thing I'll point out as well is they did convex sticks for some reason instead of concave, and I always thought that was fucking stupid as well.
Yeah, they still do that actually, and I don't know why. Like that's like the worst design for a controller in my opinion.
Well, no, the sticks. No, the sticks go in a little. They do dip in a little bit on the modern.
Yeah, but they are
still kind of concave.
Yeah, though. they still got that. Why just we can't be like Xbox? No, just you know what makes a phone fit well? An indentation in concave because it's round. But but Zai, did you have any experiences with the PS3?
No, zero. Absolutely zero.
Cool. Okay. Again, I'm alone in this.
I did not have the system. I did not play the system. I don't think I've ever touched a PlayStation 3 ever.
Wow. Okay.
Beautiful. Wow. If I had one positive thing to say, Infamous 1 and 2 looked kind of fun.
I never played those games. Those
I like Second Son a lot on the PS4, but yeah. Anyway, go for it. If you got anything to say.
It's like that scene from what is that show with the advertising guys, Mad Men, where the guy's like, "I feel bad for you" in the elevator, and then the guy is like, "I don't think about you at all." This is how I felt about the PS3. I was so high on being a 360 fan that I didn't even think about the PS3. Like it wasn't even a thought that crossed my mind.
Love it.
All right. I feel you on that one, but yeah. So we'll just go on and move on. Next thing is the Wii.
Yeah.
The Wii.
Yeah.
Oh man, here we go.
More kids' toys.
Which was
More,
actually
Fisher Price.
Project name was Revolution.
Yo, actually, I should. Tay sent me a picture of her Wii yesterday.
Oh, whoa!
It was fucking. It looks like it almost like it should not be alive. Like the thing is like on its last leg. It's got like fans around it and shit. I'm like, the Wii is a great console.
These controllers look like devices. You know what I mean?
They basically.
You know what I mean? Like they look like devices.
Villain hates the Wii, Tay.
Yeah, so the Wii has a little special place in my heart.
I will not back off your Wii, Tay.
So it released around the same time as the PS3, 2006. I actually stayed up because I was so hyped and so excited about the Wii.
God. Oh my god.
I actually went and stayed in a Walmart for 24 hours.
Not the Walmart.
Yeah.
For the Wii?
Yeah,
I have
fucking Wii.
A somewhat similar experience, but not Walmart though.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I stayed in a Walmart for 24 hours so I could get my hands on a Wii, and it was only mainly for Zelda. I wanted Twilight Princess, and
Kai is a dying breed of gamer that will buy a fucking entire system for one game, bro. Like that is an old school thing. People don't do that shit no more.
I'm still like that with Nintendo. Nintendo is my Smash Bros. And Zelda machine. That's what I buy it for.
Yeah,
it's a hard sell to buy an entire ass ecosystem for one game, but Kai still does it to this very day.
Well,
I mean, I do it similarly.
I've gotten
with
some other
Nintendo.
stuff.
Yeah, my Switch is like basically 4-game device. Like,
yeah.
Nah, I have over 100 physical Switch games. So
we know you buy like every single one that comes out. But
I just got Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition the other day. Actually, I don't know what the fuck I did with it. I have to go find it now.
All right, the Wii, fellas.
But the Wii, yeah. So I played a decent amount of stuff on there. I was real happy with Wii Sports, and I played the shit out of fucking Zelda. I really enjoyed the weird Dragon Ball Budokai Tenkaichi game that came out with it because I could do a Kamehameha with my hands.
Oh my god!
And
I respect that.
I got it. And again, I got it for Smash Brothers, so I got my Smash Brothers Brawl, which was fun, but I hated it because of the tripping mechanic. I don't fucking that was like the worst thing about that game. Yeah, so I bought it for Zelda games and that, but I also enjoyed Mario Galaxy quite a bit when it came out. So there were some Mario games that I did play, and pretty much it. I also did enjoy that they actually allowed you to have the Wii Virtual Console and buying older games finally within their ecosystem. Was really nice. But yeah, again, it was sparse for me, but I owned a Wii and I liked what I owned for it because it was specific Nintendo games that I wanted. So with Villain, I'm going to move this on to you because I know your personal history with this console is very short. What were your experience?
So I've told this story before, I think, but I had a girlfriend at the time who had one, and I borrowed it I traded her my 360 for her Wii, just, because I wanted to try it. So let you play my 360, I'll try your Wii. And I called her up the next day and was like, you can have this shit back. I sat down, I played Mario Galaxy for 10 minutes and was like, fuck this game. I played the Zelda game you were talking about for like 10 minutes, said fuck this game. And I did, because I did play Wii. I played Wii Sports with her at her house, and that was fun. Like the boxing and stuff. I had a good time with that. And so that made me want to borrow it. I was like, let me borrow this thing and I'll see what it's about. And I'm trying to remember, there's one other thing I don't remember I played, and I was like, I just don't like this thing at all. But again, that was in the height of the 360. That was in the height of like this is basically a kid's toy. Give me Halo. So that was basically how I was at the time. I thought the controller, it only had one stick, and so I had to do this nonsense with the other thing. Yeah, it was.
Well, that was the whole thing about it. It had motion controls, and because it had motion controls, it made Sony and Xbox both looking into motion controls of some form or fashion. And Xbox said, no, it's going to be a whole fucking other camera that's going to look at you and your whole body is a controller. So yeah, but yeah, that's pretty funny with your Wii experience. But I can see that. But was there anything else you want to add to that?
No. All right. I think we're good.
Zai, what you got to say about the Wii?
I mean, the Wii, I bought into the hype. I also had a similar experience to you, but I just, I actually camped out at the New York City Nintendo store. But we didn't have to camp out even overnight. We just, we stayed, I think we got there at like 3:00 in the morning, and we just got online and we were able to get one. I guess not a lot of people anticipated back then to go to the Nintendo store, or the Nintendo store might have been new at that time. I don't really remember, but we did get one. We got one on launch day. Brought it home. Loved it. Loved the virtual console. Loved getting my Netflix disc to watch Netflix streaming on there. That was crazy. The fact that it had it was such a cool little thing that it had all this online functionality for a Nintendo console, because that was really new. Even though the GameCube had a broadband adapter or internet connectivity, not many games took advantage of it. It was more baked into the UI of the Wii, which was really cool with the little channels and stuff. And I just thought the Wii was a great thing. And it did feel gimmicky, but it was what Nintendo needed to stay innovative and to stay relevant. And it saved their asses.
Saved Nintendo.
This is the moment that Nintendo turned everything around.
It saved Nintendo.
Looking at it, it saved Nintendo. Exactly.
I think it's actually the second most sold console of all time.
It is. Yep. The Switch just dethroned it, and the Switch I think just dethroned the PS2 as well. But it was. Yeah. I think it's still kind of debated because like Sony weirdly updated their PS2 sales numbers like at the end of 2024 out of nowhere. And they added like another 10 million to it or something like that. So it went from like 150 million to 160 million or something like that. I forget exactly what it was, but nonetheless, the Wii did sell really well and saved Nintendo. And that to me is the pivotal moment, because without this console, Nintendo may not be in the hardware may have not been in the hardware business today. So
possibly
look at it for being a gimmick or kid-like toy. It really it appealed to a lot of people in a lot of different ways, both young and old. So I really don't have much hate for it. I really think I don't have any like killer software that I remember for it. Obviously I think the most I got out of it was Netflix, Virtual Console, and maybe Wii Sports. That was it, So that was pretty much my, I have nothing bad to say about it. I was all in. I was all in on the Wii hype.
Hell yeah, I was too. And it was a fun little system and I liked its gimmick. So we'll go on to the next thing. So during this era, we actually ran for 10 years for PS3 and 360. Nintendo said, "Oh, you like that? So great, we're gonna make it twice, but market it awfully." So it was the Wii U. Nobody understood what this was when it first came out because it wasn't.
I never understood it.
It was never presented as a new console. I was like, I don't need this stupid fucking tablet to play Wii games. What are you doing? This is stupid. And then they had like a year later, like, no, guys, this is a new console. Here, you play new games on it. So
this has to be studied. This fumble has to be studied for generations.
Yeah, so I finally watched a review on it, and I was like, oh, that looks interesting. So I actually went out and bought one. And I got the Wind Waker edition, as much as I hated that game. And I got it for that, and possibly next Zelda game, which was going to be Breath of the Wild. And I got it for Smash Brothers. And I mainly just played those games. That was it. It was a cool little console. It was confusing with marketing, but I liked it for mainly Smash Brothers. Smash Brothers 4 was a lot of fun. I played that with some friends quite a bit. But yeah, that's pretty much my experience with the Wii U. I don't think you have any, do you, Villain, with it?
I had another girlfriend who had one of these, and I went over to her house and she handed me this, and I said, "I'm not playing with this," and handed it back to her. That was my whole experience with it. I was like, "I'm not." She was like, "You want to play the Wii U?" And I was like, "Yeah." To me, and I was like, "I'm not doing it. You can have this back. This is fucking stupid." Like this is a fucking Etch-a-Sketch. What did you just fucking hand me? And it was like cheap plastic too. It felt like I could have built this in my laboratory. Like, yeah, I could have went into my fucking bathroom. This, it's like it was just a stupid console. It was. I had no time for it. I was like, man, Nintendo's really going downhill.
Yeah, they fumbled quite a bit here. What was saving them at this time was still 3DS sales and stuff, because they came up with new 3DS and all of that during this time as well.
Yeah, the 3DS was killing it. I mean, I had one of those. Again, we may have to do a handheld episode, because anything positive I have to say about Nintendo is on the handheld side. I have almost nothing to say about Nintendo consoles positive.
I got you. So Zai, do you have anything or any experiences there with the Wii U?
Didn't even know this thing existed until after it was canceled.
Shout out to that. All right, what about you?
So,
what about you,
I'm a hoarder. I already told you.
I found out about the Wii U when I heard about the Switch.
This was like the quickest one.
2016. I think.
Moving on. I knew it would be.
Dude, I feel weird. Like I have the most experience out of all these consoles.
Well, again, I wasn't alive for the first half of the show, and then. And then I was I was like a poor kid through like the second half of it. And so on the back end is where I have money, where I started making a lot of money. And
so let's go into this next thing. Let's go bring up the PS4. Going with the PS4.
Okay, all right. Here we go.
So another one that I didn't do much.
Do we not have a PS4? Oh, I didn't have anything. Okay. So PS4, I was not an early adopter, but what made me buy the PS3 was Bloodborne, or PS4 was Bloodborne. I bought a PS4 specifically for Bloodborne. GameStop had this huge trade-in thing. I traded in my PS3 and some games and the controllers and all that, and I got a PS4 on the cheap and Bloodborne. So for that generation, I enjoyed some things on it. Just mostly any PlayStation exclusives for the PS4, like the Spider-Man game, the new God of War, and all of that. And I didn't really do much on it. Like I would pick up some games here and there. And one of my friends, he mostly plays on PS4 and consoles. So I would actually buy some games extra, because at that time still I was playing stuff on my PC and buying games on PC mostly. And most people I knew were playing games on PC. So I really only got the PS4 for Bloodborne and some other possible exclusives. I think a Final Fantasy 15 was another one of the reasons why I got it as well. Then I have a real hate-love relationship with fucking Final Fantasy 15. Anyway, that's a whole other story. But yeah,
are we getting a new video on that one too?
Maybe. I guess still gotta do other things. But PS4, I played stuff on it. Again, some other friends, I played some Red Dead Redemption Online, even though I didn't really play Red Dead Redemption 2. I just played online version with a friend, because that's what we did. And some other people I played COD and stuff, just because that's what you do with a PS4, I guess.
Sure.
But yeah, it's a fine little console. It did well. It held up pretty well. This is actually the Pro version we have pulled up here right now. And I actually got
a rumors about the PS4. I don't know if they're true or not.
I was sleeping around I don't.
No,
so
no.
You said that
that it's notoriously loud fan wise.
The Pro is.
The Pro had a really bad fan issue.
Yeah.
Okay, so it is true.
But yeah, I used it for what I needed it for, and again, mostly still play on PC. But Villain, what you got to say about PS4, man?
A PS4. Are we talking about the Pro as well here? I guess. Okay.
Just PS4 in general. Just the image I have up. I picked.
Yeah. Okay, so the PS4, I've never been so depressed to buy a console as I was when I bought PS4, because you heard all the love and adoration. So we'll get into this, of course, but when the Xbox One was showed off, I was just crestfallen. I was like, what the fuck?
What are they talking about?
Yeah, and so basically me and my friends, we all kind of spoke on it, and we held a council, and we all kind of decided, you know what? Well, guess we're gonna go get that fucking PlayStation 4, because we all hated the PS3. Yeah, we all hated the PS3. And so I went to Best Buy and I bought me a fucking PS4 and I walked out of there fucking sad. I bought Assassin's Creed 4 with it, the Black Flag, and just went home and then I ended up really liking it quite a bit.
Yeah.
You know, I got Infamous Second Son, which was great. Bloodborne, of course. And I remember too at the time, PS4 wasn't backwards compatible, which pissed a lot of people off, but worked for me because I didn't have a PS3. So they were just remaking PS3. I never played. So I got to, you know, it was all good. And the store had like 3 things on it because they didn't do backwards compatibility and the Xbox did. And so like every week you could see like when they would add stores, like, oh, there's 20 things here now.
Right.
But I ended up liking it a lot. The control, thankfully, was pretty good. It was
a lot bigger.
Yeah, it was bigger. The triggers were stupid. The sticks weren't quite as stupid. I really grew to like it though, and then I bought a Pro. And then, you know, it was my main kind of gaming console for a while because I still kind of couldn't afford a good PC. It was after the Pro that actually PC finally and kind of switched over to that. But for a while there, I mean, this was pretty much all I gamed on. And the exclusives, that's when PlayStation, you know, with the exclusives, God of War. I really liked Horizon. God of War, Spider-Man was really good. But you know, it was a solid, I think, for PlayStation anyway. Well,
yeah, they had a pretty good lineup. It also gave me like one of the biggest disappointments in my life. Final Fantasy VII Remake, because it came out exclusively, before it went on to other platforms. But yeah, you have anything else to add on with the PS4?
Like I said, I thought you were talking to me.
Yeah, he was asking me. Yeah, not really. You know, it was just a solid time. I didn't like overly love it. You know, it was just, this is good. There's a lot of good games that came out at the time.
It was better than what Xbox was trying to do.
Yeah,
that's where this was the turning point for Xbox and PlayStation. Like Xbox just handed it to Sony.
I mean, they did. They were just like, here, take it. We don't want this anymore. Fuck you, players. And they were just, and Sony was like, cool.
All right. Well, the whole here's how you share a game.
Yeah. It was so sad. I was the whole time was an Xbox. And I think the PS4 is a really good looking console. The PS4 Pro is a stupid looking console.
Yeah.
It's just a Big Mac. And it's like wide as fuck too. Like it's just like this thick, but this wide. Really dumb. But the PS4 I thought was probably, if I had to rank them, I mean, probably the second under the 360. I think the PS4 looks great.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
I think it looks great. It's you know, it's very
it was pretty sleek.
Very elegant, very sleek, angular. You know, it was small, really good small form factor for what it was doing. Yeah.
But so was I. What do you got to say about the PS4, sir?
So yeah, the PS4 I never owned it ever. So I came out of the 360 era. I got an Xbox One. I absolutely fucking hated it. I hated it so much that I kind of noped out of the generation until the Switch came around.
Okay. All right.
So I didn't know anything about the PS4, and I just I was so frustrated with just digital games in general, and having to update my fucking games every single time I turned on my console. I had to wait 40 minutes before I could ever do anything or play anything. It just stressed me out. So I said nope. I haven't powered on my Xbox One probably in 9-10 years.
Gotcha. Well, let's actually just go ahead and move into Xbox One, because that's going to be real short for probably everybody.
Yeah, I didn't have one. I never owned one. I thought that it was.
I did own this.
Stupid.
I own this.
It looked like a VCR. The fucking conference.
But don't you want your TV? Don't you want TV?
TV. Yeah, this shit was a joke.
You know what's funny, and I genuinely believe this. They had that famous TV conference, and then 3 days later they had a video game one. I think if they just swapped those two shows, we'd be having a very different conversation right now.
Yeah.
If they had just swapped them, because the game show was actually, I mean, those games came out and they were what they were. But yeah, but that initial release reveal of that console was fucking horrible. It
was a shit show.
Yeah.
They dropped the ball. They literally handed it to Sony. Then at this point, Nintendo was just kind of like, hey, we got that thing over here, guys. You want to play it? But nobody knew what it was. So yeah, everything that during that conference I heard, it turned me off from Xbox completely. I was like, I'm never owning one of these things ever. Never did. I bought a PS4.
Yeah, never touched it.
I never touched one.
Yep.
And so I guess Zion of all of us has the most experience with Xbox One. Do you have anything else to add on to it, bud?
No, I just hated it. I absolutely hated it. I hated it so much that I completely just said fuck this generation. I didn't even bother with the PlayStation 4.
It's just ugly too. Like it's just an ugly console. Like it's
like the look of the console didn't piss me off about it. I was like, whatever. I could overlook the look of the console.
Sure.
It was just like using the damn thing. It was just the interface. Like going from a 360 to going to a 1 was like a huge downgrade in my opinion, and I just hated it.
Wow.
I didn't enjoy it at all. And I was like, you know what? Not doing it. And that was that. And I just didn't look back. And then the Switch was the next thing I was looking forward to. So,
gotcha. All right. Well, Xbox One done. Let's go ahead and go ahead and get the Switch now. So yeah, I actually was kind of surprised of how late this was released. I thought it was released in like 2016. It was announced in 16 and released in 17. It looks like, but the Switch, scrappy little console. It changed up the gaming consoles and just gaming industry in general for having your
it was laughed at
and had your portable and your home console together. But I still laugh at it. But I was really excited about this console when it was first announced. I didn't get to get one until much later, like around 2019. But I wanted it because it was a new console. I knew a new Smash Brothers was coming out. I wanted it for Breath of the Wild because I heard it was going to play better on that than the Wii U.
Yeah.
And I wanted the new Mario Odyssey game because it looked like a lot of fun. And Mario Odyssey is a really fun Mario game. It's like
I love it.
Yeah. I don't know how many other people would agree with this, but I think it's basically like a Mario 64 2, in my opinion. That's what I love about Odyssey.
Yeah, it's fine. I liked it well enough.
And again, they were going to come out with Smash Brothers, and I got more stuff on the Switch than I thought that I would buy. I bought the Pokemon a Pokemon tournament on there.
I remember that one.
Pokemon tournament's fun.
It's all right. Yeah.
I got Metroid Dread came out. That was a great title that I was expecting. I got the Xenoblade Chronicle games. And I actually got way more out of my Switch than I was anticipating. I only just wanted it for Smash Brothers and for Zelda because that's just what I buy Nintendo consoles for. But yeah, I've got a lot of use out of it. I still don't play it as much as anything else I own. And again, it's just the same old story for me. These days. But yeah, Switch has been crazy, and again, as Zyke just said, apparently it's now overtaken the most sold console of all time.
Did they finally beat 160?
I think that there's still disputes about the actual numbers, but it's all but assured that Nintendo Switch will take the crown.
Yeah,
which doesn't surprise me. I mean, it's been selling like crazy. I'm happy with the Switch.
Just a matter of time.
I'm looking forward to the Switch too. I think it's going to be fun. And again, I can't wait to buy it just for a Zelda Smash Brothers game.
Yeah.
Maybe Mario Kart. Maybe some Mario Kart, because Mario Kart 8 was a lot of fun.
We're all going to be so surprised by how much software the Switch 2 is going to have.
No, really. I mean, the Switch has a
fun. It's fun.
Yeah.
I think,
The Switch surprised us, man. Witcher 3 on the Switch runs pretty damn good.
The Switch didn't surprise me, but like,
no man.
I pretty much, I guess I'll talk about my experience. I've always felt the Switch is fun. Like I have like a hate relationship with the Switch because everything I play on it, I'm like, I just wish this. Because it's like even Mario Odyssey. Go back to that game and look at the lack of anti-aliasing. Like that game just shimmers when you play it, especially like in the forest level because it's running at like 200p and has no anti-aliasing, and it's just like what man, this is. And then play any Pokemon game on. I will not play a party game on it unless super like Stardew Valley. I think Stardew Valley is a great place for the Switch. That's one game where
First game I had on the Switch was Stardew Valley.
Yeah, I love that. That is the crowning jewel Stardew Valley, because it's the one game where I sit there, I'm like, there are no compromises to this experience, and it's only enhanced by the portability. Every other game, I'm like, man, I love the portability, but god damn, do you sacrifice for it? You know, like Zelda Breath of the Wild. I haven't played Tears of the Kingdom yet because I'm waiting to play it on the Switch 2 because I just know there will be a Switch 2 version. Because Breath of the Wild,
they're data mining Xenoblades. Is their 60 FPS patches.
Yeah,
so,
it looks pretty rough. It's pretty, especially some of those forests when that frame rate drop resolution to like 200p, and it just gets so shimmery, and the Switch doesn't have anti-aliasing, and it's just, you know, it's one of those things where again, anything else, I get the Switch the exclusive games. You can't get them anywhere else. If I could play these somewhere else, I would. But, you know, I'm not shitting on Breath of the Wild. I love Breath of the Wild. I just think that, like, I wish it was on the PC.
I just wish they did better. I just wish they did better, you know?
No, I wish the machine was stronger. Breath of the Wild's a great game. I played
Nintendo
that
is
game.
notorious for being cheap, and
I beat that game.
Cheap.
Yeah, I beat that game.
Or underpowered stuff. They don't really care about power.
I was at like 150 hours when I beat Breath of the Wild. Yeah, I put a lot. I just think the system. I just think the system shit. Like, and the build quality is kind of not great. Like my Joy-Con, I just bought last year, and like Joy-Con already.
That's gonna be solid with Switch 2. I think that's just a design flaw, but I think it held up pretty damn well. I think 8 years.
I feel the same way about the Switch as I do every Nintendo console. Like, it's a shitty console, and they have really good games. Like, and
that is actually a fair take. I was gonna go really crazy on you, but that last sentence is fine. I'm okay.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah, no, I think that
because it is a shitty console with good games. It is.
Yeah, we buy them for the games, right? Like,
I still love it though. I still love it, and I will fucking defend it.
Yeah, I love Smash. I love Smash. I love Breath of the Wild. I liked Mario. I love what else? As much as I hate to love it, it's a Mario Party. Fucking play the fuck out of that. Mario Kart.
Yep.
I think it's a great little indie. Like, I thought Darkest Dungeon was really fucking good on it. Because again, you can play it and feel like. Also, Balatro. That was my Balatro machine.
Yep. So I have Balatro on Switch as well.
Yeah. So, you know, I hope that the Switch 2 kind of, at least with some of the AI upscaling stuff, really kind of bridges that gap a little bit.
Yeah,
it makes me feel a little less like, man, I wish Zelda was just on the PC, like just
that would be nice,
PC or PlayStation even.
But it's Nintendo. You can only play Nintendo on Nintendo. So
yeah, which they're smart for that. They are smart. Because I think
it shows the power of their IPs.
If they put Breath of the Wild alone, if they put Breath of the Wild on other consoles, the Switch would probably be at half the sales right now.
Yeah,
I truly believe that.
Yeah,
like it would
people
be
like Kai will buy an entire system for that one game. So,
Breath of the Wild, I remember Breath of the Wild had more sales than the console had at launch because there was a shortage of consoles. So people went ahead and bought because they're like, I'm gonna get the console. And so
let's give you the game ahead of time.
Yeah, so the game had more sales than the console, which that just doesn't happen. So, you know, that's kind of my overall take of the Switch, I think.
Okay.
You know.
All right. Well, Zai, we definitely know you have a lot to say. You're very passionate about the Switch.
I mean, I'm not going to go crazy about it. I think I was going to kind of rail on Villain for shitting on the Switch, but I think the Switch... I am going to be the first person to recognize the Switch has a litany of issues in terms of its UI, its eShop. I'm not so much more upset that the console's underpowered, and I've honestly, as maybe this is something that someone who's old or someone who's really young just doesn't give a shit about. But like, those complaints about graphic fidelity, anti-aliasing, as long as my frames don't drop below 30, I'm okay. For portability reasons, I think the Switch is just a fucking home run. It obviously is a massive hit. So the general consensus around in the gaming community is that
we all have one.
Yeah, we all have one.
Yeah.
That's my point. It speaks for itself. Like, I don't really have to defend it all that much.
Right.
It and I think that the take that he has is fair because I do have a lot of issues with it, and I hope a lot of these issues. They're mostly software and UI based. Like, their online service sucks. Their eShop sucks.
They
Their UI
haven't
sucks.
changed the since the
There's
launch.
been
Like,
no meaningful update to the UI since its
the
launch. Yeah,
same
those
exact
are
thing.
issues that are valid.
Those
Those are
well,
it's
really valid
identical.
issues.
I don't think they can.
They haven't really changed the architecture for their OS since the fucking Wii. So
yeah, I would argue the Wii had a better UI than the Switch does. The Switch UI is pretty bad.
I'm just talking about like its programming and everything. That's why the Switch was so easy to crack, because a lot of like still Wii coding and stuff is in there for its OS. So I wonder if they're going to change that for the Switch too.
Who knows? I do hope that there are a lot of rumors that they're going to have a lot more community integration, online integration. I'm hoping we're going to see a big upgrade on the software side for the Switch 2. Obviously, they're not changing too much about the console itself. It literally looks like a Switch 2.
Right.
And I think the issue that Villain was talking about with the railed Joy-Cons as opposed to the magnetic ones, I think the magnetic ones will be a lot better durability wise and quality control wise. But yeah, I the Switch to me it's the console that got me back into gaming. There was a lot of hope. There was a lot of hope riding on it initially. Nintendo kind of got lazy, or who knows? Nintendo might have shifted a lot of things into internal R&D to get the Switch 2 done right. Obviously, the original Switch itself was a pivot from the Wii U, and it was massively successful. So Nintendo obviously got struck lightning twice here. I am fully invested into the Switch ecosystem. All of my physical copies. I mean, I am starting to physically collect for PS5 now, but my extensive physical collection is all Switch games. So Switch W. I'm on the Switch and Nintendo train all over again. This is like this. The Switch for me is the vindication I needed in 1998 with the N64. So I do feel vindicated a little bit. And
it only took 20
really
years.
my villain arc with Nintendo has finally come full circle, and I have now leveled up. So,
all right,
looking forward to bigger and better things.
All right, so let's go ahead and just bring up trying to wrap things up here. This took a lot more.
I told you, homie, when we were talking about this, I was like, dude, you know how long it can take.
Well, I said we can do it. Well, we're almost there. Just a little bit longer than I was anticipating, but we'll go ahead and just bring up the let's go ahead and just bring up the Xbox Series real quick, because again, this is gonna be a quick one. I never owned one. I just didn't care. I don't care about Xbox, because on top of that, like with every single thing that's on Xbox now is on PC. I play PC. I don't need an Xbox. I don't think anyone needs an Xbox at this point, unless you just want to buy a console and not a PC.
Yeah, my take on the Xbox Series X is it's a shame. I had a Series X because that's what I could find. Because if you remember, the PS5 Series X were impossible to find, like for a year.
So were the PS5.
Yeah, they were both hard, and so obviously I was on the PS4, had a collection there, but I found a Series X and I was like, fuck it, I'll grab this. And I think Series X is a great console. It's a fantastic, in a lot of ways, I think it's better than the PS5. And actually, I would say most ways, except for the fact that Xbox seems intent on fumbling the software side and the exclusive side and everything around it. But as a box, as a console, I think it's superior. It looks better. It's more powerful. It's smaller in every way. Like, it's just, and I think that, the UI is fine, whatever. But, I do think that I do have the Series X still. It sits over there. I like it because they do like cross-buy, which is cool, because that is one nice thing about like having a PC and an Xbox is they have a lot of cross-buys, so you can play it on your PC. I want to do a console thing. You just go boot fucking Xbox, and it's just there with your saves and everything. And that's fucking dope. I wish my PS5 would do that, but it doesn't. And the Xbox, it's not perfect. It's not 100%, so it's only on certain games, which is the issue. But yeah, I mean, other than that, I think it's a shame. I think they tried really, like they were like, we're gonna come into it swinging, and they made a great box, and then their software side just really let it down.
Fell apart.
Like their management side just completely let the other half down, and now they're just kind of giving up on the whole thing. So
right. Yeah, again, whenever that was announced, like I don't care. I'll get a PS5 over that because that's what I'm probably gonna buy anyway if I could get a console. So and I did. Zai, do you have anything with the Xbox One? Any or Xbox One, the Series X,
Series X
or S, the Series Xbox Series.
No one has anything for the S.
Right.
Yeah, we'll just ignore the S.
Zai, if you're saying anything, I cannot hear you.
He could be producing right now. I don't think he was a huge fan. So
yeah, I mean, that's something none of us were. So
yeah, I wanted to be. I tried to be.
Yeah, so. But I just couldn't. I was like, nah, we're just gonna go PS5.
I do think we'll move to PS5. That's fine.
Yeah, so let's go move into that real quick. Just kind of get things wrapped up here.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, guys, I have a huge emergency. So.
Oh, you're good.
Shit.
So go handle it.
Yeah. So just let me know when you guys are ready to end the show.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah, that's fine. We'll just make it super quick, real quick. PS5.
PS5
came out during the bad times. It was hard to get hold of.
During the bad times. Look how ugly that thing is. We were talking about it before the show. It's such an ugly console.
Yeah, it looks like a fucking Wi-Fi router.
I've seen Wi-Fi routers look better than that thing. Like,
right.
It's so ugly. Anyway, go.
Yeah, I actually was on the hunt to get a PS5, and I actually like followed some like accounts on Twitter to try to figure out whenever they were in stock, like an Amazon or something, to buy one. And I got lucky, and I was able to get one during those times. And I'm happy with it. I got it for mainly for Demon's Souls remake because I was like, I never got to play that one. The remake looks really good. I'm pretty sure there's gonna be other games I want to play because I think the Spider-Man game was announced. Like, I'll get that too. Right now, Spider-Man 2. Like, I'll probably get that. And so, I was happy. I've been happy with it. I've used it for different things. Unfortunately, I had to buy Final Fantasy VII Rebirth for it.
Yes.
But the most thing I'm happy about with my PS5 purchase was being able to get to play Stellar Blade before it got on PC, because that game was a lot of fun, and I was super excited when it came out. Like, I pre-ordered it, and I got the digital Lux to support Shift Up and everything, because that game was fun. But yeah, it's a good console. It's fine. Their exclusives are fine. It's not Xbox, so. But at this point, it's kind of things are getting blurred. So their exclusives are going to PC now too. So like, the next PlayStation console, I don't even know if I'm going to buy, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, if they're smart, they'll keep that year exclusivity window or whatever, because that'll keep me buying I mean, because I have a really nice PC now, but at my heart, I am a console guy. I love kicking back on the couch. There's a reason why I don't have my desk like all routed in, because I want to kick back on the couch and play and stuff. And I do hope that they do more connectivity between all that and let me, because the nice thing about the Xbox is I have the Xbox app here. So any of my friends that get on Xbox, I can just do a party, invite, stuff like that, and PlayStation doesn't have anything like that. It's almost Nintendo in the way that it's a real ecosystem. And so they have it just you're locked in, and that's kind of an issue. I hope they open it up a little bit more. The exclusive, it's been a fine console, I liked Horizon 2 was good. God of War 2 was good. There's a lot of 2s from the PS4 era. Helldivers was great. It's been fine. It doesn't have the magic of, the even the PS4 generation, I think, but definitely like that through that 360 era we talked about. It's it runs things well enough. I think I got the PS5 Pro recently. Spent too much money on it, but sold the old one to my friend, so I made some of that money back.
Right.
The Pro looks slightly less stupid, because
it's a bit thinner.
Looks a little less like a beached well, but it's still kind of looks like one.
You gotta pay $50 for that disk drive, though.
The controller battery, and though be sued for bad that fucking battery is.
Really?
I hate that they run out of battery so quick. By like the Xbox controller can just go and go and go and go. But was it worth the money? No, Tay, it was not worth the money. The Pro, like, yeah, I forgot we had that. Yeah, we had that. I did run through some games, and it makes them shinier. It makes them have more resolution, more pixels. The frame rate's higher, stuff like that. But if you have a PS5 and you're happy with it, it's not worth the money. I was able to sell mine to a friend of mine. He has a kid, and he couldn't afford like a full priced one, and so I gave him to him for a really low amount of money. But so I made a little bit back, but I was able to walk away and be like, I'm gonna buy this toy for myself, but I can help someone else,
right?
And help me feel good about it. So it's fine. It's a slightly better PS5
version of the PS5.
Yeah. So if you already have a PS5, you're happy with it.
There's no need to get one.
Yeah.
But as for obtaining your original PS5, so did you go like through the painstaking like I did to try to find one, or did you just buy one once they're?
I tried that, and it just I was like, fuck it, and I just wandered upon one time. I saw it in the store. Yeah, it was actually it was the God of War bundle I got.
Right. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. I just wandered upon it. I wandered into a GameStop and was like, "Yo, do y'all have one?" Like, yeah, we actually have one. I was like, "Okay, well, give it to me."
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, hell yeah. Well, that I think that's going to conclude our retrospective here. Again, thank you all for sticking around with us. Man, that was a long one.
That was. I knew it would be.
I was naive to think we would fit that in 2 hours.
That's what I was saying, because in the workshopping, a little behind the scenes, we should cut Sega consoles out. I was like, no, we cannot.
It was part of
I was like, okay.
And we were talking about like personal experiences. And again, apparently, out of everybody, I had the most experience with Sega, so I wanted to talk about it. So I'm sorry if I made it so long, but
no, I don't mind. It just I was just I let you know it was going to be pretty fun. We cut out a lot of stuff too. I mean, handhelds and
But we came up with possibly some things for later. Hopefully we'll have a little bit more contained. But this is our first time trying to do anything like this too, like a retrospective or anything.
Yeah. Because we could have done a whole episode, the Xbox and 360 and PS3. Yeah. So
because it's a big chunk of history, and again, that was the longest generation of consoles ever. So
absolutely.
But yeah, again, thank you all for sticking around with this.
Thank you so much. We had such a long, all the way through this long ass fucking episode. It was insane.
Yeah.
We appreciate you guys sticking around. Hey.
It's been fun to see other people's responses and seeing what they had to say about consoles in the chat and everything. So, been good times. But so yeah, Villain, where can people catch you, man?
At True Villain on Twitch, at the True Villain on X or Twitter. What you want to? That's pretty much it. So
I gotcha. Yeah, and then for me, you can find me at Kainitsu, pretty much almost any platform. I'm kind of taking a backseat on content creation right now, but you can still find me and follow me on stuff if you want to for future updates. But yeah, other than that, I think that's going to conclude our show, guys. Again, thank you so much for tuning in to us. If you're here for your first time, go and check out our server for us to help out, small content creators or interesting community in that aspect. And hopefully we can help you out some to help or just provide some information with streaming and content creation in general. But yeah, thanks guys. And we'll catch you all in the next one.
Farewell. Is he there to kill it?
I don't know.
Yeah. We may be live for an hour.
Hope not.
Yeah. Well, we'll just well, to plug myself a little bit more, I guess.
Yeah.
Feel free to kill this one. You don't care. Been playing Monster Hunter on the stream. I'm probably gonna go back to playing Kingdom Come Deliverance. So if y'all wanna check that out, feel free to. I'm still pretty early in the game. I'm not that far, so there won't be that much to catch up on because I spent 20 hours just wandering around. So
trying to level up literally because
there's a lot of systems. There's a lot of systems and a lot of stuff. So it's just a lot to get used to because it's not like your normal RPG. So, because it's got a lot of food and survival mechanics, and so now that I've kind of got a handle on it, we can kind of hit the story a little bit harder. So
nice.
Gonna be trekking through that, putting Monster Hunter kind of on that back burner where I grind it out, on the weekdays or when people invite me, or I mean, I'm nowhere near where you're at. Again, I'm only HR 21. So
stupid far in that game. I played it way too much, but I'm at the point now where I'm like, I don't really want to do stuff solo. I just want to play stuff with people because I can just help other people grind for things, I guess.
Yeah, it gets kind of boring by yourself a while. It's like, I need to play this with somebody. It's a bit like Helldivers. Like, I'm not going to be running by myself. So we'll definitely set something up. Something up.
Yeah, I mean, you've been busy, but I'm like, let's go kill dinosaurs. Like, nah, bro, I'm too tired.
Dude, I have hopefully one more week of this shit, and hopefully it'll slow down. So but yeah, so that's gonna be fun. I mean, I think I'm trying to think about what I want my next game after Kingdom Come to be. I downloaded Cyberpunk again, but I don't know if I want to. Yeah, I don't know if I want. I need to play. I need to play Like a Dragon, and it's been on the back burner for too long. So I might play Like a Dragon after that.
Back into that, bro.
I started it. It's just the problem is I played the first one right before this one, and so by the time I got to it, I just burned out. Because the problem with their games, I love their games, like the Yakuza game, but they don't change a lot. So they don't change a whole bunch. So you have to you put some space between, and they're long games. The first Like a Dragon game is like 100 hours. So
shit.
And this one's even longer. Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah. Well, they have a lot of have you ever played games at all?
No, I never played any Yakuza games actually.
Yeah, they have. I haven't played any of the played those two Judgment games, and then I played Like a Dragon. And they have these little mini game things where it can really extend the life of your game, like a lot. I think that the first one has like a whole Pokemon mechanic where you're like catching or collecting like people from around the city, and it's hard to explain. But the second one apparently has basically Animal Crossings in it, like just built into it. Yeah, and so
okay.
Yeah, I know. I don't know how it works. You basically build like your own little island stuff. And so the length of that game is depend on like your interaction with those systems. I have a bad habit of like starting that type of thing and just being like, I don't know, man. I've seen it. I'm moving on. But if it hooks me, it might,
Hey, you never know.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's been kind of playing a lot of putting too much time into stuff, but hopefully that chills the fuck out. So
yeah, we'll see. I don't know what I'm gonna be playing next. Like right now, I'm just kind of playing around on Monster Hunter still. I guess really my next big game I'm waiting for is Elden Ring Night Rain. Like
yeah, I don't know how to feel about that one, honestly.
Like
I'm torn between I really want to play that, but also I may not even,
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm gonna like it because it's gonna be like an extraction game with like pre-made heroes and their own movesets and stuff. So it's like
and Elden Ring's, but I may wait to see what you say on that. You are for sure getting it.
I more likely will because it is a FromSoft game.
That's where I'm at with it.
And here's the thing, they haven't broke the Forever Trust yet.
They haven't.
Once they break the Forever Trust, then I'll be more wary. But it's probably going to be a day one.
Yeah, and this one's like $40 as well. Like,
So
I'm gonna wait. Either the hype might get me because I say that all the time. I'm not gonna fuck with that, and then the hype gets me pretty bad. I was actually feeling the same way about Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I was like, I'm probably not gonna get that one day one, and then the hype got me. I kept seeing it everywhere. And so Night Rain might get me. And I might get a day one as well, and I might be good to go on that. Or I may just wait and see what you say about it, and then jump in.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be buying it. I know other friends are going to be buying it too.
Because I want to do more multiplayer stuff on the stream that isn't Rivals. So, because I'm kind of sick of looking at Rivals, but also I think so many people are doing Rivals right now, right? Mm-hmm. And I think that there's just a saturation problem with it. So I would like to do some other
stand out a little bit different.
Some other like multiplayer. It's kind of fun to. And also the problem with the Rivals, especially a whole team of you just have so many voices popping off too at all times. It's just chaotic. And I prefer my stream to be a little bit more chill. We're all laughing and having some comedy in there, whereas like Rivals is a lot of people talking.
Yeah, and, to get the more chill stuff, you can kind of need more co-ops, not necessarily competitive. Yeah.
Whereas Rivals, a whole bunch of going left. Oh shit, blah blah. It's just a lot, and it's fun. That is fun to do sometimes, but I prefer something a little bit more. Like even like Monster Hunter, I think is a lot more laid back. You can kick back, have some conversations, hunt some monsters, have a good time. Like that's the kind of vibe I like. Because usually I'm playing late at night, so it's like I don't have the energy for anything else. So
I get that, but Monster Hunter definitely is one of those games. Like I was playing with a friend last night. It's the first time we played in a while. We were just hanging out and just talking shit while we beat up monsters. And also just trying to find, because like we're on that high rank grind now, trying to find monsters, investigations with the rewards we want and everything, because that's where the biggest grind comes into play for Monster Hunter Wilds is the grind for armor spheres and decorations. And they were tied mostly to rewards from hunting monsters, and you're not going to get guaranteed to have really good rewards to pop up for a monster. It's very random, and that's kind of annoying.
Yeah, I don't even know what decorations fucking do yet. I have them, and I haven't engaged with it.
So. They allow you to add different abilities to activate or to boost your stats on your weapons and armor. That's what they're used for.
Yeah,
and there are 3 levels. There's level 3, 2, and 1, and depending on what how slot it is, you can fit a 3, 2, or 1 in there.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I figured it was something like that. It's just the game is so easy. I haven't needed to. So
yeah. Well, again, that will change. Like going through the second half of the campaign, because I actually ended up making the game hard mode for me because I didn't realize there was a high rank armor set to make new armor.
Yeah. It's like World. Did you play World a lot?
Yeah, I did. It's just I completely forgot about that mechanic. It's just been so long.
Yeah, because it works exactly the same.
Yeah, I mean, this is basically just World 2.
Yeah, because I was waiting on that. So
yeah, I was happy because I didn't get Rise. It was more like a traditional Monster Hunter game. So I was like, I don't know about that one. But then I wasn't sure about Wilds. I played the demo, and then I ended up liking it a lot more than I did. My biggest gripes about the game are some of the grinds, some of the difficulty, not necessarily of it being there or absent, and also the main campaign was bleh.
Yeah, I think the environments are not as good either. I think that's just like
they're smaller.
They are smaller. I feel like in Monster Hunter World, I was just exploring a lot more. I was wandering around. I was mining shit. I was fishing. And this one, I just haven't. I've just gone monster to monster and just kill it.
That's what I did too.
It's been empty and hollow.
Yeah, and that aspect, there wasn't the same as like you had with
So I'm kind of I'm gonna try to maybe add a little bit more exploration in, just because you do need a lot of those.
Well, here's the thing,
that you mine.
Where you are right now, you're gonna have starting to get side quests, because this is the thing. Like I told you, like they should have done the first half of the game. You don't have like any side quests, or you have like a couple side quests to the first half of that campaign. They put all the side quests on the high rank back end.
Yeah, on the end game.
Yeah,
I've already gotten some.
So you're gonna want to,
because the campaign it just takes you monster to monster, no exploration. Whereas World campaign, like you couldn't even fight the monster until you went out and wandered around for
did investigations and everything, and I figured out where their nest was and shit.
Which it would be annoying.
Yeah, but it added something to it.
Yeah, because like you would have to find the one little thing that was
missing.
Fucking mission.
Yeah,
and you're running around like, what the fuck am I supposed to find?
Right.
But at the same time, I explored the fuck out of those environments. I remember all of the environments in Monster Hunter World. I barely remember, right? I'm playing it actively, and I couldn't make my way around. And also, the other issue is when you get on your secret, it'll just automatically take you.
Start taking you places? Yeah.
Yeah, and so you're not really compelled to like learn the paths through places. So, you know, from a design standpoint, I think they could have done a better job.
Yeah, but it does have it still has the fun gameplay loop. I mean, I've played the shit out of it.
Yeah, I mean, crack is crack, right? Like,
right. Drugs are drug.
Not that I've ever done crack in real life, but I hear it's rather addictive. So,
yeah, I heard you can't quite pop and not stop.
Yeah.
Oh, but yeah. I'm just gonna be a bit candid now. I just really wish this stream could die. Or we
I mean, do you think we could just like kill the cameras and go? Yeah. I don't want to leave Z on like a hot mic, but I mean, I
don't think he has a hot mic because we would be hearing things probably. So yeah, I think we're just gonna leave. Do you want to talk a bit more about this, or leave that for a different time?
No, we can just go. We can pop over into another voice chat if you need to. But yeah, I need to get off here. I've been sitting here for 4 hours, so
yeah, we have. All right, man. All right, so, yeah, fun show. We'll catch up and talk about everything later.
All right, y'all be good.
Bye.
Spot 'em gang, we rollin' deep, digital streets, gifted subs, bits raining heavy like beasts. Got that Twitch game locked, homies reaching elite. Shout outs in the chat, yeah, the fan can't be beat. Spotters on Twitch, giving that boost. Raids in the night, juice up the views. Homies rise high, no excuse. Subs and bits, always bringing the rules. Hustle on stream, grind never stop.